各位现场所有的来宾，大家好，欢迎各位今天莅临2020台北市气候行动国际论坛。今天的论坛即将在5分钟后正式开始，敬请各位贵宾及媒体就座，也请您不要忘记将您的手机及电子产品调整至静音模式。谢谢您的配合。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome all the guests for participating in the 2020 Taipei Climate Action International Forum. The forum will start in 5 minutes. Please be ready and take your seats. Please also turn your mobile phones into silent mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 本论坛配合防疫措施，敬请与会贵宾座位、取餐保持社交距离，并全程佩戴口罩。Due to the concern of the COVID-19 pandemic, we kindly ask all the participants to keep social distances. Please also wear your masks all the time. Thank you for your cooperation. 现场各位长官、贵宾以及媒体的朋友们，还有在线上观赏直播的朋友们，大家好，大家早安！欢迎莅临2020台北市气候行动论坛。因应 COVID-19 疫情关系，本论坛配合防疫措施，与会人员在室内请与他人保持1.5公尺距离，或是佩戴口罩，请各位配合。All the on-site officials, honored guests, our friends from media, and the audiences participating through online live video, welcome you all to the 2020 Taipei Climate Action International Forum. Due to the concern of the COVID-19 pandemic, we kindly ask all the on-site participants to keep a 1.5-meter social distance with each other. 在我们今天的论坛一开始，让我们先观赏台北市气候行动力影片。Before the forum begins, let's watch an opening video of Taipei City Climate Action.接下来要为各位介绍今天特别不容莅临来到现场的贵宾，也请唱明道的贵宾麻烦起立挥手，跟我们现场所有的朋友们打声招呼哦。Next, I would like to introduce our distinguished guests. Please welcome. 首先第一位是台北市政府黄珊珊副市长 ，Deputy Mayor of Taipei City 珊珊黄 ，Welcome. 台北市政府国际事务委员会杨庆辉执行长。Executive Director, International Affairs Advisory Council, Taipei City Government, Gordon Yang. 欧洲经贸办事处高哲夫处长 Head of Office, European Economic and Trade Office, Philip Gorskowski. 荷兰在台办事处谭静南代表 Representative Netherlands Office Taipei, Guido Tielman. 法国在台协会戴宁志副主任 Deputy Director French Office in Taipei, Guido Tielman. 行政院环境保护署蔡玲仪处长 Director General Environmental Protection Administration Executive Yuan 林怡彩。国立台北大学自然资源与环境管理研究所李育明特聘教授 Distinguished Professor, Institute of Natural Resource Management, National Taipei University, Yumin Li. 台北市政府环境保护局刘銘龙局长 Commissioner, Department of Environmental Protection, Taipei City, 明龙刘。台北市政府环境保护局陈沼洲副局长 ，Deputy Commissioner, Department of Environmental Protection, Taipei City, 周周 Chen。台北市政府环境保护局范姜仁茂专员 ，Specialist Department of Environmental Protection, Taipei City, Mr. Renmao Fan Jiang， 欢迎。台北市政府产业发展局王三中副局长 ，Deputy Commissioner, Department of Economic Development, Taipei City Government， 山中王。接下来，请大家以热情的掌声欢迎台北市黄珊珊副市长上台为我们致辞，请大家以热情的掌声欢迎副市长。Next, let's welcome Deputy Mayor of Taipei City, 珊珊黄 to give us an opening speech. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is 珊珊黄 I'm Deputy Mayor of Taipei City. 各位在座的贵宾，还有我们网络上的朋友，大家早安。我很高兴能够代表市长来参加今天的2020台北市的气候行动国际论坛。首先，代表台北市政府欢迎各界所有莅临的贵宾，还有非常荣幸能够邀请各位参加今天的论坛。在全球都受到 COVID-19 的疫情影响之下，我们还可以如此幸运的齐聚一堂，持续为推动永续发展而努力。那台北市政府呢，在依循国际有序发展的趋势之下，跟国际城市逐渐建立了很多合作的关系。那也结合台北市政府长期我们施政的策略地图，以及有序发展的指标，我们台北市去年发表了2019年台北市的自愿检视报告，也就是我们自己来检视7项优先的推动目标。今年台北市政府持续精进，再增加了4个新兴的项目。那现在各位也知道 ，COVID-19 在全世界的疫情还是非常的严峻，对永续发展也产生了很大的冲击。我们台北市政府在地方政府的立场上，更是防疫工作的第一线。那台北市在这次的疫情里面，我们有3个步骤，第一个是防疫，第2段叫做纾困，那现在这个时段叫做振兴。那台湾跟台北目前为止，我们的疫情基本上已经舒缓，而且目前都是一个解封的状态。那台北市的防疫对策，我们在防疫期间提出了很多新的对策，我们创新了防疫的旅馆来做居家的检疫。我们结合了我们原来的系统，成立了库克云的线上学习系统，让学习不中断。我们在社区里面训练防灾士，来训练我们一般市民防疫的观念。另外，我们也做了口罩贩卖机，让无接触的无现金交易的服务能够减少疫情的对人的影响。这些防疫措施在此波疫情之后，成为社会转型很重要的契机。所以柯市长说，第3波其实已经不是复原了，是要转型。如何在这个过渡里面，台北市政府提出了9大的纾困措施，让企业有时间、有足够的金钱来进行它的数位转型。同时，在后疫情时代，我们也希望能够为绿色复苏的城市发展提供新的策略。我们希望在这波疫情完了之后，我们可以奠定台北市未来推动永续发展的转型基础。在推动相关有序发展的基础里面，气候变迁应该是最重要的议题。台北市政府我们今天展开了气候行动，我们借由节能减碳、资源的巡回利用，还有屋顶的绿化，还有田园城市，我们持续的在台北市达成减碳的目标。我们为了减少城市的热岛效应，还有推动海绵城市，我们希望提升城市的防灾的容忍度，还有强化气候灾害的应变能力。台北跟台湾都是一个多灾害的地方，所以城市能够忍受灾害的跟应变的能力，是我们台北市最重要的工作。我们持续的检讨修正所有防灾、减灾跟灾后复原的措施，我们希望在台北市能够迈向具气候安全跟韧性宜居的永续城市。今天世界各国的生活仍然受到疫情很大的影响，身在台湾我们非常的幸福不好意思， 但是我们仍然持续透过了网络科技，克服疫情防线的限制，邀请到身在日本的2位演讲者，透过视讯来跟大家与会。另外还有3位国际讲者预先为本论坛的准备了影片，来分享他们的经验。所以代表台北市政府跟台北市政府的团队，谢谢这些国际跟国内外的各个专家学者热情的参与，也希望今天的论坛能够让各位都满载而归。最后祝福各位身体健康，万事顺心，也希望全世界在共同努力之下，我们可以看到这波疫情的结束。谢谢各位，谢谢。
谢谢，非常谢谢黄副市长。我们要恭请副市长留步。Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. Please stay on the stage for opening ceremony. 今天呢非常难得的日子，我们也特别要邀请我们今天的与会贵宾一同上台，一同进行我们的活动仪式以及合影。好的，那接下来呢，就请大家以热情的掌声欢迎刘局长。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Commissioner Liu 以及蔡处长。Director General Tsai, welcome. 高处长 Mr. Philip, welcome. 以及谭代表 Mr. Guido, 代副主任 Mr. Guillaume, 以及李教授 Professor Lee 共同到台上来为我们进行我们今天的仪式。好的，那我们在拍照之前，可不可以先请拿下口罩呢 ？Please take off your masks for group photo. Thank you. Please take off your mask for group photo. Thank you. Thank you so much. 好的，接下来呢，我们请手持呢我们的方块先来拍一下我们今天活动精彩画面。Please hold the cubes and take a picture first. Center cameras, please. Center cameras. OK 吗？好，谢谢。好，那接下来呢，我们请依序将我们的方块堆叠呢到我们的 SDG 目标上。So first, please welcome Mr. Guillaume. Please place the first SDG 4 cube on the SDG goals. 好，那接下来呢，我们有请高处长 Mr. Philip. You are the next. Thank you. 接下来有请谭代表 Mr. Guido。接下来有请李教授 Professor Lee。接下来有请蔡处长 Director General Tsai。好，以及刘局长 Commissioner Liu。最后是我们的黄副市长，我们放上我们 Taipei 的 logo， 一起向朋友给予最热情的掌声好吗？来，也请我们的长官麻烦请往前一步 ，Please step forward. Please step forward for group photo. 也请我们工作人员帮我们调整一下位置。好，请工作人员帮我们调整一下位置好吗？好的，也请帮我们比一个赞，好不好 ？Please put your thumbs up for group photo. Center cameras, please. 好，请我们看一下中间的镜头。好的，那我们台北市为了推动气候行动迈向永续发展，2019年我们完成了自愿检视报告，涵括了7个目标，今年再接再厉，新增了4个目标，请大家最热情的掌声，谢谢呢我们台上所有的长官贵宾。Thanks to all the distinguished guests on the stage. Thank you very much. 谢谢 ，Thank you。也请大家再次热情掌声好吗？谢谢。好的，那由于呢我们的副市长有要事在身，必须先行离开哦，也请大家用最热情的掌声恭送副市长。Once again, thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang, for joining us today. Thank you so much. 再次谢谢我们今天副市长的莅临，谢谢您。各位来宾，接下来呢，我们要有请刘局长为我们今天的主题演讲引言。Ladies and gentlemen, next let's invite Commissioner Liu to give us a few words for today's theme speech. Welcome.
好，各位与会跟在线上观赏直播的嘉宾，大家好。在全球仍然受到 COVID-19 的这一个影响之下，很高兴我们今天能够突破这个疫情的限制， 在这里共聚一堂啊，那来举行这一个视讯的研讨会。那么台北市在去年我们就率先提出了7项的 SDG 优先的指标，那么也公布了我们的一个 VLR 的一个这个自愿检视性的报告。那么更重要的是，它是台北市第一次跟国际的城市有一个交流跟接轨。那么在今年，我们根据去年的基础，我们也再进一步的去再做深入的检讨。那么我们也在今年加入了4项的 SDG 的指标。所以呢，在今年我们2020的这个 VLR 的这个报告呢，算是第2年。那我们也很非常的高兴啊。就是说，在今年能够再加入了包括教育、性平这一些指标的一个检视。那么这一次论坛，我们很高兴啊，如刚黄副市长讲，我们邀请到了非常多国际的贵宾一起来参与今天的这个研讨哈。那我想今天他们会有这个视讯的会议，也有预录的哈，那会跟大家一起来分享各个城市对于永续发展，还有在气候行动方面的一个积极性的作为。那接下来我要就是介绍我们今天这个我们环保局我们范姜仁茂专员因为他这一个他代表台北市环保局要来发表我们 VLR 2020的一个自愿检视性的报告。那是不是请各位给我们范姜仁茂专员一个掌声鼓励？谢谢。
谢谢，非常。
那我就把这一个麦克风就交到范姜的手上，谢谢。
谢谢，再次热情掌声，谢谢刘局长。接下来让我们欢迎范姜专员。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Specialist 仁茂范姜。Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Renmao Fan Jiang from DEP of Taipei City Government. Today, I'm glad to be here and share the topic of 2020 Taipei City Voluntary Local Review, the path to a livable and sustainable city with you. Before the introduction, let's at Taipei City. Taipei has a population of 2.65 million with a total area of 217 square kilometers. So we have the highest population density in all cities in Taiwan. The average temperature is 23 degrees, but the temperature could be even higher in summer. In this July, Taipei City has hit the record temperature of 39.7 degrees. The annual precipitation is around 2,400 millimeters. The rain comes very fast and rapidly, but lasts for a short period of time. So the Taipei City is inevitably affected by the global warming like other cities. Taipei is also a city full of humanistic vibe of confusing the Chinese and the Western culture. There are more than 175 monuments and more than 7,000 art exhibitions. So it is the fascinating place. So many tourists visiting here each year before the outbreak of COVID-19. This is the presentation of today for your reference. The United Nations has announced 17 SDGs since 2015. After that, not only countries but also cities has promoted SDG as the guideline for sustainable development towards 2030. The Voluntary Local Review, VLR, for the progress of the SDG is predominant in city level. There are 16 cities publishing VLR according to the VLR lab or IGES. Taipei City is honored to be one of them, and in line with this global trend. So how did Taipei promote the SDGs? Our mayor Cole visited New York City last year. After that, the city government has launched the review process of SDGs, following New York City to release VLR of our 2019 VLR edition. This year, we continue to follow the methodology of compiling VLR. We review the goals and the definition related to the various indicators and the policies of city government. By discussion with the departments, specialists, and the stakeholders, NGOs, and getting the feedback from the civic participation platforms, we eventually revised the draft and then finished 2020 VLR. This figure shows the structures of Taipei City VLR. It looks like a pyramid with 4 layers. The top layer is Taipei City vision, a livable and sustainable city. The secondary layer contains 6 vision themes corresponding to SDGs. The third layer was the main body, focused on 11 SDGs. The bottom layer is the supported indicators related to SDGs. There are 2 characteristics in 2020 VLR that are different from those of last year. The first one is that Taipei City has published VLR in 2 successive years. The content of the 2020 VLR is expanded by reviewing additional 4 goals. That means a total of reviewing 11 goals, including 44 indicators directly linked to SDGs, and the 86 achievement in the 27 departments of the city government. The other one is that we put the review results of prevention and control measures of COVID-19 during pandemic, and we link with the SDGs. So first, let us look at the COVID-19 response measures with the relationship with SDGs. We can summarize that all measures can be corresponding to 7 SDGs. To prevent the spread of the disease, the city government made the face mask mandatory on public transport systems and conduct disinfection on the public transportations at the very beginning of the outbreak. This is to ensure the city's health, citizens' health, and to assure the operations of important infrastructure. This in compliance with SDG 3 and SDG 9. In addition, the household waste produced by the people that in home quarantine or home isolation was collected and treated at the highest levels as the potentially infectious hazardous waste. This corresponds to SDG 12. At the same time, the city government offered the cloud-based remote learning systems to serve the students who in home quarantine or in home isolation, ensuring their right to education. This meets SDG 4. During the pandemic, the city government offers approximately 2,000 jobs related to the prevention work. In addition, stimulus packages, tax breaks, subsidies also offered to the small and medium-sized enterprises to maintain the economic growth for green recovery for SDG 8. Because the control and the prevention of COVID-19 needs partnership, the city government trained 1,500 disaster relief volunteers to guide the prevention work in community. We also develop English SOP about all measures according to our experience and share it with other cities in need around the world. We think and we believe this is the best practice to implementing SDG 11 and SDG 17. The following is the achievements of the SDGs in all departments of Taipei City government. It can be classified as 6 viewpoints from different aspects. The first one is that Taipei City has taken action in response to climate change. One is that the city government has set a goal to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 25% of 2000 levels by 2030. The greenhouse gas emissions has reduced 11 to 0.3% in 2019, early achieving our short-term goal of 8% reduction by 2020. This brings us a confidence to gradually reach our medium and the short-term goal of carbon reduction. On the other hand, the city government would like to promote the sponge city policies to mitigate the heat island effect affected by global warming. We would like to create a city that can retain rainwater, drain runoff rapidly, and lower the urban temperature by incorporating low-impact development into urban design. A typical example is to constructing the permeable pavement for public facilities. The city government would like to double the area of permeable pavements up to 500,000 square meters by 2030. The next viewpoint is about sustainable energy and water. The drinking water source of Taipei City comes from the reservoir outside the boundary of the city. To improve the efficiency of water supply network by controlling water pressure control and replacing the old water pipelines, the water leakage will be expected to decrease from 13% to less than 10% by 2030. In addition, the city government launched the Solar Taipei program. It is aimed to accelerate the green energy development by public and private partnership. By this program, we would like to maximize the installation of solar PV panel on the space of the public agencies and the schools. It is expected to increase the capacity of installation of PV panel about 50 megawatts by 2030. The third viewpoint is concerned with clean urban environment with accessibility. Taipei has constructed an excellent public transportation system. The backbone of the system is Taipei Metro with 2 million passengers per day. There are many routes of buses across the station or MRT stations. The public bike with its rental stations forms the last mile of the last mile connected to the destination of citizens. Taipei City also improved the air quality by Clean Air Action 2.0. There are 3 strategies in this action plan, including the reduction of emission source, enhancing green transportation, and the regional joint prevention of air pollution. Taipei City will phase out the diesel buses, and we will establish a fleet of 400 electrical buses by 2022. We will continue to replacing the all two-stroke motorcycles and diesel trucks. Taipei City has ambitions to further reduce the PM2.5 concentrations to meet the 10 microgram per cubic meters of the WHO standards by 2030. The fourth viewpoint is to construct a circular city with economic growth. It is known that the resource recycling rate of Taipei City is achieved 64%, but the waste reduction is always the first consideration prior to recycling. The city government ban on single-use tableware and melamine tableware to ensure the citizens' health and to reduce the amounts of the waste. Now, more and more corporates, night markets, and universities has joined this action due to their social responsibility. The transition into the circular economy needs the basic driving force. Taipei City government will encourage all its departments and corporates to procure eco-inventory products. The value of the green procurements or enterprise was estimated to be $14 billion before 2030. The fifth is concerning the health city with quality education and equalities. The health care of Taipei City is well constructed under the National Health Insurance System. By the treatment and the prevention in communities, Taipei City government provides free vaccinations for high-risk groups like the elders, the children. We would like to enhance the immunization coverage rates up to 54%. This is more important for Taipei because it is entering the aging social society. For education, Taipei City promotes lifelong learning in addition to school education. Recently, the city government emphasized on the percentage of emphasize for the preschool education. We hope the percentage of 5-year-old children enrolled in preschool will enhance to 97% for our next generation. In addition, Taipei City government promote the gender equality at birth and for the property inheritance. We advocate the domestic violation to reduce the number of victims of domestic violence for both male and female before 2030. The last viewpoint is the Partnership for Sustainable Development. Taipei City government concerns the international affairs as being the members of many international organizations, such as UCLG, ICLEI, Urban Environmental Accords. In addition to joining organizations, Taipei City also take lead from especially the global organization of smart cities. And Taipei City is the leading city in. The relationship between the city government and the citizens is very important. So the city government forms the civic participation committee and introduce the participatory budget, incorporating the citizens' actual need into the policy making. The iVoting is also a useful tool to allow the citizen to vote online on the public concern issue and to have the influence on the policy making. So we believe this will increase the trust in the city government and get a better and stronger relationship. The above is the overview of Taipei City VLR. Taipei City VLR is published today. It maps the city government to rethink how to launch our green recovery roadmap for Taipei City's sustainability in the post-year of pandemic year with global perspective. With this, I end my remarks. Thank you for your attention.
谢谢，非常谢谢环保局范姜仁茂专员精彩的分享。Thank you, Specialist Jamal Fan Jiang. Thank you. 接下来的时间，我们要把麦克风交给我们今天的主持人，台北大学李育明特聘教授，请大家以热情的掌声欢迎李教授。Next, let's leave the stage to distinguished Professor Lee. Let's welcome Professor Lee.
Thank you for the introduction from the MC of today's forum. And her name, I think, is Beibei, right? Because nobody paid attention to her. So I have to mention her one more time. Thank you, Beibei.
Thank you.
Okay, the theme of today's forum is low carbon development path. And due to the pandemic of COVID-19, we have some difficulty to invite all the speakers to Taipei. So the speech of the forum will divide into 3 parts. The first one we will have 2 online presentations through video conference. And second part is we have 2 speakers on site to deliver their speech. And the third part will be presentation with pre-recorded videos. So let's move on to the first part, online presentation through video conference. And the first speech will be delivered by Bureau of Environment, Tokyo Metropolitan Government, Director for International Relationships, Policy Planning Section, Ms. Akiko Okubo. The topic of her presentation will be Zero Emission Tokyo Strategy. So I hope we will not encounter any technical difficulty. So let's welcome Akiko. Are you online? Okay, your turn.
So hello, I'm Akiko Okubo from the Bureau of Environment, Tokyo Metropolitan Government. And first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for this opportunity to make a presentation on this occasion during this difficult time of the COVID-19 pandemic. So let me start with a quick outline of the Mission Tokyo Strategy announced by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, or TMG for short, in December last year. So in advance, please understand that my presentation will be focused on the key point as time is limited today. So with climate change having already become a reality and the entire world being at the historical turning point or paradigm shift that require unprecedented changes, Tokyo has to boldly and quickly reorient society as a whole toward a decarbonization. Considering these circumstances, TMG announced in May last year that Tokyo would pursue efforts to limit the global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees and realize a zero-emission Tokyo so as to contribute to achieve net zero CO2 emission by 2050. Last December, we formulated the zero-emission Tokyo strategy, which outlines visions, specific efforts, as well as provide a roadmap to its realization. Along with the formulation of the strategy, TMG has recognized the severity of the climate crisis, implemented concrete measures, and announced the declaration of Tokyo's climate crisis mobilization that promotes action to stand against this climate crisis with all businesses and citizens in Tokyo. The Zero-Emission Tokyo Strategy has these 3 points as a key reference, including the comprehensive development of mitigation and adaptation measures for climate change and incorporation of sustainable resource management into climate change policy. Taking into account the characteristic of Tokyo, we have an organized field in which specific efforts will be promoted into 6 sectors and 14 policies, including energy and urban infrastructure, clarifying visions or goals and roadmap toward 2050 for each of them. Each policy presents 2050 goals, 2030 targets, or milestones from the perspective of that efforts in the next 10 years are extremely important, and 2030 targets plus action as specific initiatives advanced and accelerated to exceed those targets. From this point, I will give a brief rundown on the direction of policies developed in each sector. First, let's take a look at renewable energy in the energy sector. Since switching from fossil fuels to decarbonized energy is essential to realizing zero-emission Tokyo, TMG will make renewable energy a major energy source from various angles, taking proactive approach to the supply side, including the introduction of renewable energy equipment, and the demand side, such as businesses and individuals. The 2050 goal is that all the energy used should be decarbonized. The 2030 targets include installation of 1.3 gigawatt solar power generation equipment. Percentage of power generated by renewable energy increased to 30%, and power generated by renewable energy used at all TMG facilities as TMG's initiatives for its own sustainability. Our action will involve promoting self-consumption of renewable energy by subsidizing the introduction of solar panels and storage batteries and building a business model to promote household-based group buying of renewable power. Next is zero-emission building in the urban infrastructure sector. As more than 70% of Tokyo's CO2 emissions come from buildings, eliminating emissions from buildings plays a particularly important role in realizing a decarbonized society. Tokyo is aiming for the expansion of zero-emission buildings by minimizing energy consumption through further energy efficiency and introducing renewable energy at all buildings, whether new or existing. The 2050 goal is that all buildings in Tokyo should be zero emission. The 2030 target includes that greenhouse gas emissions should be reduced by 30% compared to 2000. Our actions will involve promoting further energy efficiency and expanding the use of renewable energy by strengthening green building programs, such as cap and trade program from 2020. We will also support the introduction and broad adoption of the TMG-specific Tokyo Zero Emission House, which improves thermal insulation performance effective for the prevention of indoor heat stroke. Next is zero-emission vehicles. TMG has achieved great results in improving air quality through measures for the automotive environment. However, we have to evolve and transform the measures for the automotive environment in climate change measures and bring them closer to decarbonization. The 2050 goal is that all the cars driven in Tokyo should be zero-emission vehicles. The 2030 targets state that 50% of new passenger car sales should be zero-emission vehicles. Our action will involve supporting purchase of zero-emission vehicles by individuals and businesses, and the introduction of large zero-emission vehicles, such as buses, and developing multifaceted efforts, such as fostering momentum and encouraging development by using promoting teams based on public-private partnerships. Now, I'd like to turn to measures for plastics in the resource industrial sector. As measures for plastics, we need to review the disposable lifestyle and make the use of plastic sustainable. The 2050 goal is that plastic use should involve net zero CO2. The 2030 targets include the incineration of plastic waste from households and large office buildings should be reduced by 40%. Our action will involve encouraging and promoting innovative technologies and business models in cooperation with businesses and enhancing support of and collaboration with municipalities engaging in separate collection of plastics. Let's move on to measures for food waste. Food waste causes waste of not only valuable food resources, but also energy spent in the processes from production to disposal. We need to recognize the current situation waste a large amount of food and take concrete action to reduce this. The 2050 goal is that there is zero food waste. This will be achieved through reduction of waste as well as food recycling. The 2030 target is that food waste should be reduced by 50% compared to 2000. Our action will involve reducing food waste by cooperating with the entire food supply chain, consisting of manufacturing, wholesale, retail, and food service, and encouraging a change in consumption behavior by helping utilize markdown information apps. The next issue is strengthening adaptation measures. To minimize risks from climate change impact, TMG is promoting structural and non-structural efforts in various fields affected by climate change, such as natural disasters, health, and natural ecosystems, taking into account impact in the future. TMG will encourage efforts toward adaptation by Tokyo residents and businesses by collecting and providing information. I have run through my presentation very quickly so far, but this strategy is a starting point for decarbonizing Tokyo. Climate change measures have evolved and accelerated around the world, and the circumstances around them change moment by moment. We will consider the upgrade of our goals and initiatives taking into account specific knowledge and trends in technological development while continuing the PDCA cycle as shown in the figure. As a significant change after the announcement of the strategy, we cannot overlook the COVID-19 pandemic that has been raging around the world since the beginning of this year. TMG will proceed with our effort from the new perspective of the sustainable recovery in the process of emerging from COVID-19. While we are making every possible effort in countermeasures for COVID-19, we will have to keep an eye on the post-COVID-19 era. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted human bonds and severely constrained socioeconomic activities. In the process of recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, we will work on the establishment of a new normal and expansion of digital transformation instead of returning to a pre-COVID-19 society. What is important here is to realize a sustainable way of life for people while dealing with the climate crisis. To this end, TMG will upgrade its initiatives into the Emission Tokyo Strategy toward a sustainable recovery, which will restore Tokyo as a resilient and inclusive city that grows in a sustainable way while helping improve the ability to respond to different crises. TMG will do its best to promote the various initiatives as I have explained so far. However, the lofty goal of realize zero emission Tokyo cannot be achieved by TMG's administration alone. In terms of area, we need efforts across the country and on a global scale. In terms of participants, it is indispensable that a variety of actors such as Tokyo residents as well as businesses work together to take action and take up the challenge. In the face of serious consequences of climate change, TMG will implement which and every initiative based on this strategy steadily, but with a sense of urgency. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
It was great to have the first speech delivered smoothly, but I encountered some technical difficulty with the microphone. And I think I have to take off my mask to show my face on the internet. So I just took off my mask. The second presentations will focus on the voluntary local review and will presented by Yatsuka Kataoka. She is from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, IGES. Her title is Joint Program Director. And the topic of her speech is State of the Voluntary Local Review 2020. So let's welcome Yatsuka. Are you online? Yes, good. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. It's very honor to present at this symposium, that forum. I attended last year's one, and then thank you very much for the Taipei City to invite us again. So on behalf of the IGES, I will introduce the voluntary local state of the voluntary local review. Do you see? Okay. Yes, it's a little bit different angle of the topic of this the forum on the climate change path, but this is very closely linked to the climate change mitigation. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development emphasizes the need of the systematic follow-up and review of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs. So here's some statements from the 2030 Agenda. And then here you can see the member states are encouraged to conduct regular inclusive reviews of the progress of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs at the national and also local subnational levels. For the national level, there is a voluntary national review by national government, and also UN has a handbook for the preparation of VNR. On the other hand, for the subnational review, which we call the voluntary local review, is an initiative in which local governments voluntarily review the status of its efforts on the SDGs and publish the results and report comparative with other local governments. So this is the definition of our IGES BL level. But no framework of review by the UN like VNR. And then ARGES provides online platform VLR, Voluntary Local review and analysis of the VLRs. So the this is the VL Labo online platform of the VLR, and also we publish the state of the VLR 2020. And with this, we review the 15 VLRs, including Taipei City. And also we have a Shimokawa method of VLR. This is kind of the explanation of the procedure of how VLR is conducted of the Shimokawa town of Hokkaido. This is the state of the local voluntary local reviews. On the upper side, there are 15 VLRs are online through our VL Labo. And here's Taipei City's VL 2019. And then by the morning tomorrow, we'll upload the VLR 2020 of Taipei City. I congratulate the great achievement of Taipei City, even under the difficult situation of COVID-19. Yes, and then currently the 15 the VLR on the Labo, but on the other hand, if we expand a little bit the definition of the VLRs, so we have there is a 39 voluntary local review type of the publication in the world. This map shows the status. So the 2018 first VLR conducted by New York City and 3 Japanese cities, namely Kitakyushu City, Shimokawa Town, and Toyama City. And then the 2009 Taipei City joined a VLR in the world, and then the more cities. And in 2020, for the moment, the 2 Finland city already published the VLR, and then also the Taipei City launched the 2020 VLR today. So this is the outline, and then from now on, I will introduce what kind of discussion was done in the UN High-Level Political Forum for Sustainable Development, which we call the HLPF 2020, which is the UN official review process of the SDGs. And then before the High-Level Political Forum, UN DESA, which lead the SDGs reviews under the UN system, has a pre-meeting and expert group on sub-national reviews on SDGs implementations. I just joined this meeting as a kind of experts, and then the very series of discussion of review process was discussed. And then the VLR is highlighted as a tool to facilitate review of the SDG implementation at local level. Tokyo Metropolitan Government, TMG, participate in this the pre-meeting also. And then as an official meeting, the UN hosted a session called Bolstering Local Action to Control the Pandemic and Accelerate Implementations. So here, Mr. Kuroiwa, governor of the Kawanaga Prefecture, shared the experience of the prefecture on the pandemic control measures. Before the events during a high-level political forum, under the umbrella of VNR Labo, Voluntary National Review Labo, there are the 2 sessions, especially highlights of local voluntary review. So first is the VNR Labo, multi-level governance, sustainable development reporting on VNR and VLRs. So here's Finland introduced how they links to the VNR to VLR. And also Finland government, published national hold events on national expense of VNR process, and the VLR of Turku and Espoo was launched here. And then during the events for the high-level political forum, OECD organized side events on the role of cities, and also the third local regional government forum on 2030 agenda was organized under the theme of Decade of Action, Bolstering Change from the Ground Up. So this is a joint effort of the international organization and network which worked for the city, for the sustainable cities development. So the other event during the high-level political forum, the New York City organized a VLR declaration event, the utility of the sustainable development goals and voluntary local reviews in COVID management recovery for local governments. So VLR declaration is an initiative initiated by the New York City and Helsinki, and for the encouraged cities to declare to do VLRs. So this is a non-binding commitment of the local governments to do the VLRs. So that is launched in February at the World Urban Forum. At that time, there are 50 cities declare the VLRs, and then currently the more than 200 cities participate in this initiative. So for the UCLG, which Taipei City is a member, and then they have UCLG and UN Habitat VLR cities launch events. So at the events, they introduced very first preliminary the publication on the guideline for voluntary local reviews. So Taipei City, the VLR is mentioned here in the guidelines. So in sum, trend and implication of VLRs at the political high-level forum. So VLRs are emphasized as an important process or tools to promote SDG localization and stakeholder mobilization. And besides Europe, African Latin America cities regions are increasing their presence in VLR discussion at 2020 high-level political forum. Unfortunately, the Asian kind of presence is less than the last year. This is largely because the high-level political forum 2020 was organized online, and then time difference matters, so the less Asian participation. So the overarching publication framework on VLRs, like a guideline or VLR cities or state of VLRs, are increasing launched or discussed at high-level political forum. Also, the linkage between VLRs, interaction of national and subnational levels are more emphasized in terms of the point of view of the multi-governance to promote the SDGs and also bring local voices from to national, and also complementarities of data at national and local. So still it's a vague discussion what kind of relationship between the VLR should be, but this topic will be more highlighted in the future discussion of VLRs. Also, good practice of those cases, above cases, that means the VLR linkage was presented, especially to Finland governments. So this is kind of the Finland's and VLRs, here the VLRs of the Finland, and then they mentioned a lot of the VLRs and then Helsinki and Turku, and also the mentioned about the linkage with the VLRs in their national reports. So I think the national more and more local national review will take the VLRs to the national review. And then points for the constellation of VLRs. So Taipei City is successfully publish the VLRs every year. But maybe this point should be considered for the Taipei and also the all cities too, which is planned to conduct VLRs. So VLR is not just reporting. So the VLR is very important to keep tracking records, and it's also useful or to share experience with future generations. But it's a kind of too much work for make the report for the local government officials, and then the stakeholder engagement is important in the view, but still stakeholder engagement is not fully involved in the VLR process. And then second point is a common framework necessarily, because the more and more cities is conducting VLRs. So now it's discussing whether we need common framework of the VLRs. So if we have a common framework, it's easy to compare the VLRs and also easy to understand for readers to learn what others are doing. But on the other hand, as you know, local has a local context, and the local context is different from the region and city to city. So there is a discussion that maybe we need the flexibility of the framework of the VLRs to fit the local context, and also the city has a different human and financial capacity to do monitoring and report. So it's not necessary to have a very the strict framework to follow for the VLRs. Then third point, which I already explained, linkage with national and local review. It will be the future discussions. So this is my last slides, and we think the SDGs and VLR is very, very important in designing future after the COVID pandemic. So the SDG can be a compass of building back better and redesign our socio-economic system for the more sustainable, resilient. So the Japanese government with UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change Secretariat, had their online platform ministerial meeting on the sustainable resilient recovery from COVID on 3rd September 2020 online, and many ministers level speakers they participate in, and then show the strong message to the world. So in the online platform minister meeting, so 3 transitions were addressed by the chairman's summary. So which is transition to decarbonized society, transition to the circular economy, and transition to decentralized society. We think the SDGs is a guiding principles to these transitions. And then for the VLRs contribute to deepen mutual understanding among stakeholders and create opportunity to co-design and collaborate for the actions among stakeholders within and beyond the city. So that means VLR is kind of the tool to promote 3 traditions, which we mentioned. So I think the Taipei is kind of on the track to this kind of designing future processes. So we are looking forward to see the progress of the Taipei's sustainable and resilient the development efforts, and also the further collaboration with the city. Thank you very much. This is my presentation.
Thank you, Yasuka, for the excellent presentation. After the 2 successful online presentations, we will move on to 2 speeches to deliver on site from the representative offices. The first one, we will have the representative Netherlands Office Taipei, Mr. Guido Tielman, right? And the topic of his presentation will be climate change. How does the Netherlands take actions? So let's give him a big hand, and the flow. No, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Commissioner Lin, dear colleagues of Taipei City Government, Gordon was the first one to befriend me on LinkedIn when I knew on LinkedIn when I was supposed to come to Taipei. EPA DG Madam Tai, also Specialist Mr. Fan Jiang. I was really impressed by your presentation. It was really excellent. Also other colleagues of other representations. It is really a pleasure to be here. This is the second time in less than a week that I've been invited by the Taipei City Government to participate in an event that focuses on sustainable development. Last week, I attended an event on circular economy, where also Mayor Ke spoke. And this Saturday I was sitting at my breakfast table and I saw that it was the first time that I actually made it onto the front page of the Taipei Times. There was a picture made of that event, and I was also standing there, so I was really happy that I actually made for the first time since I arrived here the front page of the Taipei Times. Let's have a look at the next slide. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about climate change today, a debate that is very often complex, technical, referencing baseline years, reduction percentages, all sorts of advanced technologies like CO2 sequestration. Not sure whether you know what CO2 sequestration is. I don't. But I think it's also important that beyond the jargon, we also remind ourselves why we are actually trying to combat climate change. And I think it's because it's critical for the future of ourselves, but also for the future of our children. Now, I guess that one of the similarities that Taiwan and the Netherlands share is our susceptibility to drastic changes in climate behavior, more intense rains, and unrelenting increase in seawater levels. The result of this we are already experiencing firsthand, both in Taiwan but also in the Netherlands. Here you will see a picture of the city, of a map of the city of The Hague in the Netherlands. That apartment that you see there is where my family and myself live. You may know that 1/3 of the Netherlands is below sea level. I think it was the French, Guillaume, who said that God created Earth, but the Dutch created the Netherlands. So if we don't bend the curve in terms of climate change before 2050, my apartment will be totally inundated by water. So it's really imperative that we try to bend that curve. Also in Taiwan, we are seeing the results of climate change. These floods apparently were in 2017, June the 2nd. This is the Taipei Xiaojudan. I was told, and in a few hours, because of the torrential rains, the entire street was flooded. So bearing this in mind, the real impact of climate change on our lives, I will talk today about how international agreements on climate change have been translated into Dutch policies. And I will also try to explain what is typically Dutch about our climate policy. So what I will do is talk more about governance. I won't talk about technical measures. I will talk about governance from a central government level and the way that it trickles down also to sectoral level. Yes. So all of you know that internationally there are two major milestone agreements that have driven both European but also Dutch climate policies. The first, obviously, is the climate agreement that was reached in Rio de Janeiro already in 1992. And the Rio agreement kickstarted a process that eventually ended at UN level in 2015 with the Paris Agreement. I think it's always very useful to remind us of what the headline goal is that was laid down in the Paris Agreement. And the headline goal is to keep the increase in global average temperature well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. Now, the Rio Agreement in 1992, as well as the Paris Agreement, have been consistently translated into European goals, so from the UN level at EU level, and from the EU level, those goals were translated into national goals. And here you will see for the various target dates, 2020, 2030, what the various headline goals are. Of course, in 2050, at the European level, we are hoping to reach the climate neutrality and also net zero emissions. What might also be interesting to see here is that if you look at the headline goal in 2030, the Netherlands has a CHG emission target, which is a little bit more ambitious than at European level. But of course, we need to work, all of us, on reaching those headline targets, which is not a small task, I guess. So, having spoken about the way that the international targets have been translated from global level to European level, I think it's time now to talk a bit about what we've done at a Dutch level. And I think that there are two key documents that lay out in the Netherlands our climate policy. it's the Climate Agreement on the one hand, and it's the Climate Act on the other hand. And together, the Climate Agreement and Act, they form the main pillars under Dutch climate policy, and I will explain and I will talk about both of them separately. The Climate Agreement first. It's a voluntary covenant agreed by stakeholders of 5 key economic sectors. These stakeholders agreed collectively to take measures within their sectors to contribute to the overall national headline goal of emission reduction target of -49 in 2030. Each of the sectors was assigned a sector-specific target for reduction to be realized in 2030. And the sector-specific targets were indicative, and they were set by an independent agency, the Netherlands Environmental Assessment Agency, and the Dutch acronym for this would be the PPBL. Now, after these sectoral targets were set, discussions were organized, were started by stakeholders from each of those sectors around so-called tables. And there were 5 tables in total: industry, electricity, mobility, agriculture, and the built environment. And I think we also saw in the other presentations just now that those are actually the key sectors where one should focus on in order to be able to really attain the goals of CO2 reduction. The process started in 2018. The process of discussions around those 5 tables. There were more than 100 parties jointly working on their table-specific proposals, and the final result is the climate agreement that was concluded in 2019 and that was endorsed by the Dutch government. Now, what is typically Dutch about this approach? And some of you may know that there is such a, let's say, consultation mechanism in the Netherlands that is called the polder model. So what is typically Dutch? First of all, it's an all relevant stakeholder approach. It's an inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. The aim is to achieve consensus, so negotiations must be acceptable for, but also accepted by all stakeholders. Measures are to be implemented on a voluntary basis by all sectoral stakeholders themselves. Now, what is the role of the government? The government monitors, but initially, in order to reach those targets per table, there is no legislative backup. So most of the measures that have been agreed by each and every table are supposed to be implemented on a voluntary basis. Of course, as a government, when you see that things aren't going the right way, you always have the possibility, the opportunity to legislate afterwards. But first, we try to put the responsibility at the sectors themselves. Now here again, you will see an overview of what are the headline targets in terms of CO2 reduction by 2030, electricity, industry, mobility, agriculture, the built environment. I think that I will not go into the various measures that are taken by these various sectors, because I think that they are kind of generic. If you look at electricity generation, of course, recourse is taken to renewable energy. If we talk about the table for industry, we are thinking about also adding a CO2 levy onto industrial activities. That, by the way, is one of the only legislative acts that are going to be taken, and which is in addition to the ETS system at European level. If you talk about mobility, obviously, then we invest a lot in alternative energy, in electricity, in hydrogen. For agriculture, I guess that just like in Taiwan, the agricultural sector is a sector which is not necessarily very proactive when it comes down to reforms, but it's a crucial sector nevertheless. And our Ministry of Agriculture has also formulated a policy for circular agriculture by 2050. So there was a lot of hope put in the implementation of that circular agricultural policy. And of course, in the built environment, also various actions are being undertaken. In the Netherlands, I've got 3 minutes left. Seriously, I'm not sure that I will be able to make that. In the built environment, there are also measures taken, for example, trying to change the use of gas into alternative measures, the use of heat pumps in order to heat houses, etc., etc. So the climate agreement, again, voluntary 5 tables, and the measures are supposed to be implemented by the tables themselves. Then we have the Climate Act. The Climate Act is a legal bill in contrast to the agreement. It was adopted as a private member's bill in our lower house, and it was adopted in 2019. Now, the Climate Act codifies, if you will, the various targets in terms of CO2 reduction, also renewable energy, and what have you. So that is the main contrast with the climate agreement. What it does not do, the Climate Act, it does not codify how those headline targets are supposed to be reached, because as I mentioned, those will be implemented by the various tables. The Climate Act also lays down a system of governance. For example, there is an annual climate and energy outlook that is supposed to be published by our environmental assessment agency. The government is obliged, I think I need to go to the next slide. Yeah. The government is obliged to draft on an annual basis an annual climate memorandum, where it looks at where do we stand in terms of reaching our targets, and do we need to change our government policy in order to make sure that we do reach the targets. The government is also obliged to draft a concrete medium-term national climate plan. The first national climate plan runs from 2021 to 2030, and the Climate Act also lays down the way that our national monitoring, reporting, and accountability obligations link into our European obligations and into our international obligations. So, conclusions. Again, the Dutch climate policy architecture is based on 2 main pillars: the climate agreement, which is voluntary, and the Climate Act, which is a law. The climate agreement is typically Dutch in the sense that it's a prime example of the Dutch polder model in action. It's based on multi-stakeholder agreement and consensus. It is not superimposed from above, and it's also thought to be more effective and efficient, because we feel that it's the stakeholders themselves in each and every sector that know best which measures are most efficient, most cost efficient, and most effective. Now, of course, there are vulnerabilities. The vulnerabilities is, will those sectors actually put their money where their mouth is? Will they actually do what they committed to do? And as a government, obviously, we always have the sort of Damocles, if you will, the backup of making legislation just in case when the 5 tables, the 5 sectors don't do what they're supposed to do. But still, it's a question whether this approach will work. Another question is, will it work elsewhere? Will this voluntary consensus-based approach also work, for example, here in Taiwan, where we have a different political, economic, and societal context? I actually came into this meeting thinking, especially that the voluntary element of the Dutch approach might not be applicable here, but then I was really happy to see that Taipei City is already doing a voluntary local review. So the, let's say, the voluntary element of trying to tackle climate change is indeed something that we share in common both in the Netherlands and in Taiwan. The lady there in the back is telling me that my time is up. I had a few other slides, but we may want to discuss a few things during the discussion. One of the things that might be interesting is to see to what extent NGOs also play a role in taking our governments to task when it comes down to reaching the climate change. And I'm going to be in big trouble with that lady. Sorry for that.
Sorry for the time restrictions. Thank you very much, Guido. And move on, we will have another presentations regarding the climate actions. So let's welcome the Acting Director of French Office in Taipei, Guido Tielman. Sorry, it's not so easy to pronounce it. So let's welcome the Acting Director of French Office in Taipei, Guido.
Thank you, Professor. I know my name is not easy to pronounce. Liu Zhang, Cai Zhang, Li Lao Shi, 各位贵宾、网络上的朋友们，早安。Ladies and gentlemen, other speakers today would probably speak a lot better than I about the sheer magnitude of all of the challenges that we will be facing through climate change. So let me not get into that. We have seen the floods that my predecessor has outlined. All of the examples are in the news already every day. These facts, it means, should be scaring us, because a lot of the news that we are reading are quite very depressing. However, we believe in France that these facts should not scare us into resignation, but into action. Because despite the number and size of the challenges, there is quite a lot of reasons for hope. First of all, the mobilization of the international community, while late, obviously, has been exceptional. And I'm not saying this only because the Paris Agreement was signed in Paris, therefore my country. It was signed with the whole international community, all of the possible stakeholders, everybody from developed economy to the least advanced states, the developing industrial powerhouses such as Taiwan. Everybody was partaking in this agreement, which is the first universal agreement, the first agreement that tackles energy, even though the word is not said once, the first agreement which is dynamic, with objectives for each of the stakeholders to be revised every 5 years, and the agreement which is just and fair because it organizes an unprecedented level of transfer of know-how and financial resources to the weakest countries to help them meet common goals. 189 countries now have ratified it, and it has become a foreign policy priority for France and for the EU, including through a lot of EU action that my predecessor has alluded to, that another speaker later on will develop much better than I, so I will allow myself not to delve too much onto the EU dimension. To those who are telling us that we should be depressed because the US has withdrawn its signature to the agreement, we believe that there is more need for action than ever, and that we should work not without our American friends, but together with all of the many leading forces in American civil society, which today are taking the challenge up, and they are being very active. To those also who believe that science does not have solutions for the type of problems that we have in front of us, we, France and the EU, reply that technological landscape is already evolving before our eyes, and that most of the needed technologies are already mature, are present here in the ground. Those also who claim that citizens don't care, don't believe in scientists, or can't comprehend the very technicality and complexity of these issues, we reply that there are enough examples that when they are given simple explanations, when they are given sensible and human-centered solutions, that citizens will be following it. Just look in 2019 at the green wave of politicians that was elected in the Green Parliament, a green wave of politicians that was elected in the French municipalities in this spring, and we can see that citizens do believe in the necessity to act. Interesting in this respect is a civil experiment that was tested in France this spring, which we called the Citizens Commission for the Climate, which was a group of citizens handpicked, ranging from teenage school pupils to bus drivers to retired railway staff, and they were asked to define government environmental policy for the years coming, especially how to cut the country's carbon emissions by 40% by 2030. And the result of this frank and open dialogue was surprisingly ambitious, despite the fact that we are told that citizens are too conservative. So the issue now is, how can cities act? And in the second part, I will be delving into how Taiwanese cities can and must act. How can cities act in general? We have to say that ever since maybe 1945, there has been an increasing complexity of modern societies and economies, which means that often politicians and civil society are left behind, and that decisions are left to experts, the real experts, especially at national and sometimes supranational level. And this is scary for a lot of us. However, we need to recognize that because maybe those matters are becoming more and more and more complex, that even at national or supranational level, you cannot deal with it alone. And that today, political action requires working together, each of us, with each of our specific specialties and technical knowledge. just the attendance in this room is showing how we have people from very diverse backgrounds, that each of us, from the industry to agriculture to the very scientific measurement of climate action to political action, we can all bring a piece into the game. And only at local government level do we have the mastery and do we manage to make all of this knowledge into concrete action. This would be maybe my most important point for today. Local governments can play a huge role, for instance, in filling in for the lack of leadership at the national level. I have mentioned it in the US case. We are seeing many cities around the US that are taking very ambitious goals, that are working together with all stakeholders, and that are building momentum. And it is interesting to recognize the international networks around the world, networks of cities, such as the C40 that was presided until last year by the mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, the R20 network of regions for climate change. All of them are together acting to build collective action. And cities can also act through their sister city arrangements to be working between developed and developing countries, to be bringing support, financial support, knowledge support, transfer of know-how, and to help build adaptation and climate transition strategies. Just one example, the French region of Poitou-Charentes is helping a city in Indonesia called Kendari with its urban diagnostic, water management, and environmental education planning. Most importantly, again, let me stress it, while national governments can best design overall goals, and I believe, thank you, Guido, for saying this very clearly about the overall goals that were fixed by the Netherlands, they can also help identify priorities and mostly financing, because there will be a lot of that needed. It is local governments, together with all stakeholders, that can best mobilize the joint energy of all of the actors around the table that are responsible together for climate action. Taking now the case study of a few local governments and especially cities in France, it is interesting that our own legal framework on climate change has identified the regions that we have that are roughly the size of a Chinese province as the leaders on energy control, while the metropoles, which are groupings of cities approximately the size of a Taiwanese city, are responsible on their side for climate transition. And in this aspect, actually, there is interesting comparisons to make between some of the cases that I'm going to outline and the review that Mr. Fan Chang has outlined for Taipei. First example, an example of Paris. I won't get into all of the points because I see that my time is already running out, but in 2017, Paris has inaugurated the first 3 of what it calls îlots de fraîcheur, or cooling islets, which are specifically adapted public spaces where people can enjoy a carefully but naturally cooled environment during the blazing summer heats. And gradually, these islands of coolness are linked up one to the next throughout the city, providing respite from some of the future heat waves that we will be experimenting. It is interesting that through not only transportation, green networks of transportation, but also the very way that you design the city, can you be participating. These are examples that Mr. Fan Chang has also pointed in Taipei. A second example of a city in France is my home city of Rouen. Sorry, it's very difficult to pronounce the word. It's an innovating example of organizing its own local climate change conference, which in a way is reminiscent of what Professor Yatsuka Kataoka has described for the VLRs on the Global Sustainable Development Goals. My city of Rouen has organized not only its own scientific assessment of the local costs of climate change and of the popular attitudes towards that challenges, but it has also gathered all of the stakeholders, not on the diagnostic alone, but also on the actions that are needed, so that in November 2018, they signed their own Rouen Agreement for climate action, which is complete with a whole list of sectoral and individual commitments by every partner, which can be grouped into 9 strategic coalitions, a little bit reminiscent of your arguments, Guido, on how do you get in a specific sector, on a specific type of action, some actors together. Let me cite some of those individual coalitions. There would be agriculture as well, housing, individual mobility, biodiversity, circular economy, and everything. Third example, at the other end of the Paris metropolis is Grenoble in the Alps region, for those who don't know it, near Italy and Switzerland. The EU Commission has ranked Grenoble first or second on 11 of the 12 indicators for local climate change all throughout Europe. And some examples, in Grenoble, CO2 emissions have decreased 23% already from 2005. 320 kilometers of bike path have been created. 100% of its diesel buses will be replaced by clean buses by 2022. And an interesting public-private partnership, which I thought was interesting to pinpoint because it can suit a city like Taipei in as far as both cities are sharing a similar mountain basin type of framework and location, is a project that is to be finalized in 2023 for a 3.7 cable car transportation system in the center of the city. Cable cars look to be something very antiquated that you don't really need anymore, but you can actually make it not only reliable, quiet, and also with the least of CO2 emissions, a little bit like the system that Taipei is maintaining in Maokong. Now, precisely with mentioning Maokong, let me slide to how Taiwanese cities can and should play their role. There will be lots of people to say that the challenges between our two countries are maybe different. I don't agree with that. On the contrary, we saw examples of how Taiwan can be at risk of the land falling under the sea. We have seen how Taiwan has specific challenges as an island, but many territories and many French or Dutch people, for that matter, live in islands that have the same problems about loss of biodiversity, water scarcity, waste management, and others. And at least in Taipei, in Taiwan in general, you have very strong popular backing, you have a very strong manufacturing base, you have lots of capital available, and you are able that way, despite the drawbacks that we're getting from the COVID situation, to bring all of the necessary instruments together to be able to act together. And I want to tell you that in this fight, France and the EU in general, we will hear of the EU intervener later on, want to be on your side. We are working at the EU level on awareness raising. Every year we have a Climate Action Week, which is working with all types of stakeholders, especially the youth, which hasn't been mentioned until now, but needs to be involved in the discussion because we are talking about their future. Local government collaborations. The city of Grenoble that I mentioned before is part of the Go Smart Alliance of smart cities with Taipei, but also through all of the companies and the private sector. I want to mention just two. They are traditional but also innovative companies that can be participating together. Air Liquide is a French company that has been present in Taiwan as early as 1987, has a joint venture with Far Eastern Group for the supply of high purity gases to the semiconductor industry. Well, its largest investment to date was just announced in April for 200 million euros, which is supplying 3 large semiconductor factories and R&D centers with gas units, 2 of which will be producing green hydrogen. Similarly, the French banks, such as BNP Cardif and Crédit Agricole, represent today the largest green finance, I am finishing, supporters of Taiwan's energy transition plans. Green finance will be an important element because obviously we cannot do this only with our limited resources of today. And let me finish with innovation, which will be important. Today, the French company Unabis has developed several intelligent car park systems in Taiwan, and it works with mass retail chains such as 7-Eleven to be controlling their cold distribution chains. My message, therefore, in the end is, cities of the world, you can unite because the time is ripe for action. Only with you is there hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since the director is in France, so the deputy director right now is the acting director. 谢谢这个戴宁志，现在目前是代理主任的身份。Thank you very much. Followed by the 2 online presentations and 2 on-site speeches. We will have 3 pre-recorded presentations. The first one is delivered by it's very hard to pronounce it. Utrecht City Council, annual visa. And the topic of the presentation is energy, how can cities contribute to zero emission? And the presenter's affiliation is Energy Transition Manager. So can play directly or so? Yeah, let's move on to the video.
Hello, I'm Anne-Jo Visser, Manager Energy Transition of the Municipality of Utrecht. And I'm really pleased that you invite Utrecht for this conference to speak. I especially like to thank the organization and the Mayor of Taipei for having us here today. My speech is about how can cities contribute to zero emission. First about Utrecht. Utrecht is famous for the Dom Tower. We have a historical center, but I think it's more famous for Miffy, the rabbit. And she was created by Dick Bruna, one of our local citizens. But I hope we also will be very famous for our strategy. And our strategy is to become healthy urban living for everyone. We have 10 subjects on which we focus, and we connect them with the Sustainable Development Goals. You can see it over here. We work on the climate change, and we work from the global targets to the local action. So we all signed the climate agreement in Paris. In 2050, our energy supply must be carbon neutral. And we have interventions on the city level from Utrecht, but also on the level of the neighborhoods, the housing and buildings. And this is our strategy of Utrecht. We focus on 3 things, because we want to be climate neutral as soon as possible and front runner in the renewable energy. First of all, we focus on renewable energy. 20% of our roofs must be covered with solar panels in 2025. And our district heating must be in 2030 100% renewable. Our second approach is on the neighborhoods. We now have 120 connections of dwellings on the natural gas grid. And in 2030, we want to take out 40,000 of those homes from the natural gas grid to a sustainable solution, like district heating or an electric solution, or maybe renewable gas. And the last thing is, we want to give a good example. So our municipality has also owned real estates, and those real estates must be 100% renewable in 2040. Not only the organization, but also the buildings. And we use a lot of energy for the lightings in the street, but also for the buildings, for the offices. And nowadays our energy is already 100% sustainable. Especially we have a transition vision for heat, and this is our approach. We have 3 paths. The first is that all the sources from the energy must be renewable. The second path is that we focus on the infrastructure. Nowadays we have 3 infrastructures. We have the natural gas, the district heating and electricity. And in the common future, in the nearby future, we only have renewable heat infrastructure, electricity with heat pumps in buildings, and maybe renewable gas. And the last thing we need to do is to save energy and to isolate all the buildings. That is the third part. Utrecht is the 4th biggest city in the country of the Netherlands, and we are the fastest growing city of the Netherlands, so we build a lot of houses. All those new districts must be energy neutral, and here you see some examples of it. In the already existing neighborhoods, we are going to disconnect the buildings from the natural gas grid. Here you see 2 examples of electric versions with heat pumps, but it also can be on the district heating. And at the left you can see that all the Netherlands in the futures will cook electric. We focus on sustainable energy, but also on sustainable mobility. So we improve air quality by a lot of public transport and a lot of bicycle lanes, but also we promote electric driving in our canals in the historical center. And of course, that a lot of people take solar panels on their roofs. We also focus on innovation and infrastructure. And here in the middle, you can see the King of the Netherlands. This is the official opening of the bidirectional charging station, in which power was generated by solar panels. It is stored in car batteries. During the day, the car drives around with the power, and in the evening, the same battery supplies energy for the homes. We also give energy advice to tenants and to homeowners. The company we're working with have people who formerly get welfare, but now they have a job, and they give advice to tenants, to homeowners, with all kind of products to reduce their energy. And we work together with a lot of local entrepreneurs with it. We can't do it alone, so we talk with the citizens. We organize a lot of city talks about sustainable energy. Here you can see some examples. And not only we are the government who organize anything, there are also a lot of grassroots initiatives from a lot of neighborhoods. Those citizens want to participate, but sometimes also co-decide. And as Utrecht City, we have to learn and find an effective way of cooperation with those neighborhoods. We not only work with the inhabitants, but also we have a professional collaboration. We work together with the social housing companies, Portaal, Boex and Mitros, with the natural gas and electric company, Stedin, with the district heating company, Eneco, and with the energy corporation, EnergyU. And together we work in the approach of those neighborhoods. Here you can see our city, Utrecht. At the right is the natural gas infrastructure. And on the left we look for opportunities. I already told you that we're going to build a lot of new dwellings in Utrecht. So we make the map with all the newly built and renovations of the building, but also public works. And when we want to go to the renewable way of energy supply, we look also at the opportunities and investments in the city. And we try to combine that. What we need is to create scale in renovation of sustainable houses and buildings. And why is it necessary? Because it's now quite expensive. And we need to getting down those costs through scale and through innovation. So what we need is standardization and industrialization. This is complex and a crucial organization issue. And I think we can't do that alone. We must learn from cities from each other. So, this is my last slide. I think cities can contribute to the global goals. Not only on the big scale, as I told you, that we need to change our real energy supply system and to work on our dwellings, but also with small initiatives. At the right, at the bottom, you can see our bus stops, and they have green roofs because that bees can attract them. So we also have small initiatives, and they get international attention. I think we have to do three things as cities. We have to work together in innovation and learn from each other. But we should also ask investment from our government, the citizens and the entrepreneurs. Not only in money, but also in time and in collaboration. And I think it's attractive. It's only attractive if you work together on a future prospect for everyone. In Utrecht, it is healthy urban living for everyone. And I hope you stay healthy and want to thank you for your attention.
That was an excellent pre-recorded video presentation, and the quality is quite good. And the second video was made by Director for Climate Strategy, Governance, and Emissions from Non-Trading Sectors from DG Klima, EU, and his name is very hard to pronounce it. I will try my best. Arturo Range Mazga. Mazga. Right. Okay. And the topic of his presentation is post-pandemic recovery, European climate action under the Green Deal. So let's play the video.
From Brussels to Taipei. Thank you very much for inviting me to your symposium today, where I would like to speak a little bit about how Europe wants to get out of the COVID crisis, to recover and to grow again, and in the medium term to get to resilience. And this all on the basis of Europe's climate action and the European Green Deal. The starting point is that Europe wants to become climate neutral by the year 2050. And you will see here from the graph that until today we have been able to reduce emissions by 25%, but that we need to do it by 90, perhaps 95% by the year 2050. And the remaining emissions in the year 2050 will have to be balanced with removals, either through forest or technical solutions. This is what the Paris Agreement means when it talks about balancing emissions with removals by mid-century for carbon dioxide. In the European case, it is all greenhouse gases. What you will also easily see is that all sectors will have to contribute to this reduction effort by the year 2050. And this is part of the European Green Deal, that we want to get to an economy-wide transition. The European Green Deal is just the first chapter for the coming 10 to 15 years on how to do this. And what you will see here on the graph is that we really touch upon all the sectors, whether it's energy, whether it is industry, whether it's mobility, whether it's agriculture, forestry, science, technology. All of them will have to contribute to the European Green Deal. It is also Europe's new growth strategy, because we will have to invest in energy efficiency, renewables, into clean and collected mobility, competitive industry, circular economy, and that will keep investments growing in the EU. We reckon this will continue to make Europe prosper in the longer term. And you can see here on the graph how we have been faring since 1990. Our GDP has gone up by 60% and emissions, as I said before, have gone by 25%. So we want to continue to pursue this new growth strategy in the coming years. What is also clear is, and Europe is a huge continent with very big differences and heterogeneous countries, member states, and also regions. What we see is that different regions are going to be affected differently. Take, for instance, the coal regions. We know that Europe needs to be out of coal within the next 15 to 20 years. And that will, of course, affect those regions where coal is being produced. So we need to anticipate that change and invest in these regions in order to make the transformation and the transition. But this issue goes much further than just the coal regions. It will affect all energy-intensive industries, also the automotive industry. And you see here on the right-hand side the map how many regions are going to be affected by this transformation. It will be important to take this into account in our regional policies, in our policies when it comes to education, training, and skills development in these regions to make sure that nobody in the end is going to be left behind. On this basis, we want to get out of the COVID crisis because this is the roadmap in the coming weeks and the coming months and the coming 2 years to get Europe out of the current recession. We see first signs of recovery, but we need to still help industry in Europe in many ways. And that is where the recovery and the resilience facility in the order of 750 billion euro is going to assist member states, and in particular those member states that are deeply affected by the corona pandemic. And I think you will have seen Italy, Spain, France, but also some countries in Central and Eastern Europe, where we will have to do much more in the coming years. And it's the Green Deal and the twin transition to also digitize Europe in the coming years to get out of this crisis. And I believe that we have many things in common with Taiwan when it comes to technology development in order to cooperate with each other to get through this crisis to a resilient, to a prosperous, and to a climate neutral planet in the coming years. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best in your symposium. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. So recovery and then resilient. That is the paradigm shift we have to learn. And the third pre-record video is made by the CSO, Chief Sustainability Officer of the Los Angeles Mayor Office. Her name is Lauren Faber O'Connor, and the presentation topic of her presentation topic is Los Angeles Decade of Action. So could Steve play the video?
Hello, my name is Lauren Faber O'Connor, and I am Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti's Chief Sustainability Officer. And I want to thank the Taipei City Government and the Foundation of Taiwan Industry Service for inviting me here to participate in today's Taipei Climate Action Forum. We're honored to have the opportunity to participate in this year's International Forum and to continue to engage with Taipei and other international cities. It was only a year ago that some of my colleagues were in Taipei for the Sustainable Development International Workshop to celebrate Taipei's first ever voluntary local review. It has been an incredible year of accomplishments and hard work, and now we see that we are in a moment of challenge that we've never experienced before. And I do want to pause to take a moment and share that my thoughts are with everyone during this very challenging time. I hope you and your families and your colleagues are safe. We know that this is particularly difficult and challenging for city leaders like you all in your communities. But our shared commitment to climate action and sustainable development remains constant. While we are indeed in a deep crisis, we are always looking ahead to recovery, and that recovery must not be just getting us back to normal, but really reimagining what our economy, our society, our communities ought to be so that we are safer in the future and more prosperous and resilient. While when it comes to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, climate action is limited to Goal 13, here in Los Angeles, we believe it permeates through all 17, whether that's water, equity, housing, transportation, resilience, food, jobs, onward. And a quick word about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Los Angeles has integrated the goals throughout all of our work, from LA's Green New Deal, which I'll talk more about in a minute, to how we apply programs such as the Community Development Block Grant. And we worked hard to make sure that we're tracking progress toward these goals so that we have a robust open data platform, and we've partnered with cities around the world to advance shared learnings. And so when asked why cities like Los Angeles are doing this work on the UN SDGs, we simply explain that Los Angeles is part of this global community and that we're part of a shared agenda for progress. We have to map our programs against the SDGs to really identify gaps or opportunities that may exist. Therefore, we're embracing a common language with other cities, both international and domestic. And we are always looking to be data-driven and transparent. So as we operationalize the SDGs, it also helps us build new partnerships and initiatives to make sure that no one is falling behind in our community. And as recognized by today's event, the pressing issue of climate change demands unique attention. When this year, 2020, began, the mayor declared it the decade of action, the climate decade, because we have 10 years left to avoid catastrophic, irreversible climate change. And we were working from a blueprint, or as the mayor likes to call it, a green print, that we had released a year before in 2019 to get us to these goals. That's LA's Green New Deal, which we believe is an international model for how megacities like ours can uphold the Paris Climate Agreement. And the thing that is most exciting to me to have this green print toward a better way is that we know that in achieving these goals, our society will be cleaner, more resilient, more efficient, more healthy, and more equitable. And yes, these goals are ambitious, but we have, frankly, no choice but to meet the demands of this moment. Our key principles in LA's Green New Deal are that we act with ambition and urgency, that we ensure that communities of greatest need, that are most vulnerable, are benefiting from the programs that we're developing, that we're ensuring equity in our programs, and that the jobs that we are creating are accessible to everyone, and that as we move away from a fossil fuel economy, people in that workforce have an opportunity to transition justly as well. And that we in our municipal government, we lead by example at every opportunity we have. We boil down the key components to LA's Green New Deal when it comes to reducing greenhouse gas emissions to the 5 zeros. That is a zero carbon grid, zero carbon buildings, zero carbon transportation, zero waste, and zero wasted water. Together, those will meet our carbon neutrality goals. However, LA's Green New Deal is integrated across housing, mobility, healthy food access, resilience, and many things that really touch on all aspects of our daily lives. And we're making good progress. We're the #1 solar city in America. We recently approved the building of the largest solar and battery storage project in America that will deliver enough electricity to service 1 million customers, rain or shine, day or night, at less than the cost of a fossil fuel derived power plant. And recently, we also made the largest electric bus purchase in the United States to help us get to our commitment of an all zero emission bus fleet by 2028. And those are just a few examples of some of the things that we're doing in Los Angeles. But as I said at the beginning, we're so honored to be part of this international gathering because our work with our international partners is so important to Mayor Garcetti. He recently became chair of C40, the city's climate leadership group, which is a network of 96 of the world's largest megacities, all working together to raise the bar of ambition on climate change. And as part of his chairmanship, he's calling for a global Green New Deal, which looks to bring together some of the most ambitious cities, not just C40 cities, but cities around the world who are acting and committing on climate action. Together with youth and civil society and businesses and labor unions, all joining together with a common purpose. And that we have to ensure that we're meeting the priorities of our partners across the world, whether that's cities who are focused on adaptation, who are focused on international climate finance, and other areas that the mayor is taking on through C40. All of these things are priorities, and I hope that they're reflected as your priorities as well. Again, I want to thank you so much for enabling Los Angeles to be part of this forum. We hope to be with you in person sometime soon, and I wish you all the best with today's forum. Thank you.
The staff, could you arrange the flow? Thanks again. Thanks again for the excellent and successful. We did not encounter any technical difficulty at all during the presentations. So it's those were successful presentations. And although the time has already passed noon, it's the lunchtime, but we still will have a brief general discussions. So can I invite two of the representatives to step on the floor? And also we have two online discussions. First of all, is there any questions from the on-site audience? We can take one question. Any question from the on-site audience? No? Yes, please. So that will be easier to take the question from the on-site audience. Please, thank you. And introduce yourself, please.
我是主妇联盟的哈 Homemakers United Foundation。那我有一个问题想要请教荷兰的代表因为我们都知道荷兰在公民参与上是非常的先进。那我们想要请问代表说，刚才代表有提到说 NGO 在荷兰的这些气候变迁的政策上也占有非常重要的角色。那可不可以请代表多说一点和政府和 NGO 之间是怎么样做互动的？谢谢。
The question is about the civil societies. Can the civil societies contribute to the cooperation between the government and NGOs? So could you, Guido? Yes.
I will try, and I hope you don't mind that I speak in English. I think for civil society there are two roles. First of all, to participate in helping the national government, the regional government, but also the municipalities in implementing the various policies. As Guillaume also said, it's all fine and dandy, to have policies at the global level, at the EU level, at the national level, but it's eventually, at the end of the day, the citizens themselves that need to implement, and I guess that their NGOs play an important role. The other role that they play is to make sure that the government does what it's supposed to do. And in the Netherlands, we have quite a few activist NGOs. One of them is called Urgenda, and that was one of the slides that I also wanted to introduce. And what they did actually, they went to court. In 2013, they went to court and they asked the judge, is the Dutch government doing enough in terms of making sure that it abides by its legal obligations in order to reach the various targets that they have committed to at an international, at the EU level. Now, again, this started in 2013. It was first presented at the district court. Then it was upheld by then it went to the Court of Appeal, and eventually it was also presented at the Supreme Court. And what the court said is, yes, indeed, the Dutch government is not doing enough in the context of its international obligations, and hence the Dutch government needs to implement more concrete measures to make sure that it will abide by those international targets and commitments. And the very interesting thing is that the judge not only referenced EU legislation, but it also referenced international human rights legislation, where it said the government has the duty of care to make sure that our livelihoods are protected, and hence the Dutch government needs to do more than it has done thus far. And this really also led to various actions that were taken by the Dutch government. For example, the emission of nitrogen was limited. For example, the speed on highways was limited. So NGOs taking governments to task can actually help. I could say more about this, but maybe also Guillaume.
Any comments, Guillaume?
Maybe just adding a little bit, but I think this question links the whole field of climate change with the presentations that we have heard initially, and especially from our Tokyo specialist here about the SDGs. Okubo-san has mentioned SDG 17, which is on partnerships for sustainable development. Now, I know this kind of last one sounds sometimes politically correct. It sounds like something we need to say today because we all want to sit in a nice room and we all want to give the impression that everybody is welcomed. But actually it is a lot more than that. And I believe it is a encompassing, cross-cutting type of objective that we need to be doing. As I said in the presentation, we cannot today act only at the level of governments. Governments only have so many tools into their handbox. They have only so many financial resources that they can use. And businesses or individuals are very busy already with their own lives or getting the money they need through production to pay their own employees. But NGOs, coalitions of businesses are important as well. They have the possibility to put people in networks together and to link us together. It's interesting actually that one of the organizers of this meeting is also a business association. So I believe, yes, they have a role to play, and this is not just to say something nice because NGOs are in the room. This is to say that today's governance of very complex issues such as gender equality, such as climate change, such as public health. We see it in the COVID situation. How could we only be succeeding in COVID if we only have the regulations that say you should be wearing a mask in the metro? You also need to be helping the poorest who don't have the way in our countries in Europe. You had people being confined at home for about 2 or 3 months. How can you be asking people to do that if the elderly do not have some support through NGOs, through local communities that are bringing them the food that they need? All of those examples show that today we cannot do things without being in networks. And so, yes, I believe NGOs are important.
Any comments or response from Akiko or Yatsuka? You can deliver in Japanese. We can.
刚才日文讲者没有听到那个
question。
对，所以可以请在那个讲一次，然后我翻给他们听。
Okay. Can the civil societies play the role to enhance the cooperation between the government and the NGOs?
国民と政府の間での先ほどの質問としては国民と政府また、NGO の間での、協力手段としてどのような、政策が考えられますでしょうか。回答は日本語で大丈夫です。
Yep, just if you have some comments or response, please express. Or if you don't, no.Never mind.
東京からでは東京の要从哪一位講者？
看他們有沒有想要。
何かお考えがある方は先に回答していただいて大丈夫です。
Or response?
もしなければ大丈夫ですよ。
じゃあyes, from me.This is kind of my topic's VLR, so I will stick to VLR. And then in case of the Finland, so they organize the civil society. They get together the civil organization, let the civil society or civil society organizations get together to provide the inputs to the VLRs. From the civil society, and then they give the kind of the 2-3 pages to them, and then the civil society is very proud to say that pages of VNR for the civil society recommendation to the government is the no interaction with the government. That's truly the recommendation to the government from the civil society. So I think that kind of the process to reflect the voices from civil society is one of the kind of good the practices to have an interaction between the national government and civil society organization. Thank you so much.
So that is some kind of city talks, just mentioned by the video, and we also have some like the public opinion sharing or exchange through the iVoting. So that is a good opportunity for Taipei City to move on, to engage the social society to the sustainability issues. That was very great. Thank you very much, Yatsuka-san. And any comments from Akiko or not?
他に何かコメントはありますでしょうか。
Here? Okay.
聞こえます。
すみません、日本語で。
No problem.
不好意思、用日文。
No problem.
そうですね。東京都でもその市民社会、一人一人の行動というのは非常に大事だと思っていまして、私のプレゼンテーションの中でもいろいろお話ししたんですけれども、やはり行政だけでできることというのは、国政府もそうですけれども限られていますので、そういったところでやっぱりビジネスだったりインディビジュアルの参加というのは非常にこの脱炭素を進めていく中では重要だと思っています。そういった中でやはりその皆さんの協力をいただくために東京都としても、アウェアネスというんですかね、注意喚起をするという意味でさまざまな取り組みをしています。お話をした中でも、フードロスの問題であったりとか、一人一人の消費行動というのを変えていくというのが、やはり大きな意味で、グローバルな意味での脱炭素を進めていく中では非常に重要だと思っていますので、そういった別の意味でも、その市民が果たすべき役割というのは非常に大きいというふうに考えています。
那在市民社会里面呢，每一个市民的行动是非常的重要的，所以呢，不只是在行政单位上面呢，并且在一些企业方面呢，各自独立的行动也是非常重要的。那东京都的政府方面呢，也为了促进每一个人的消费行为能够配合这样子的永续发展的议题呢，有做各样的政策。那所以呢，我们接下来就是市民每一个人的合作会成为极为重要的一个议题。
Thank you all for the excellent response or comments. And I think I have to end this session because we have already been 18 minutes delay. So thank you all, and thank you very much for participating in this morning's section. And thank you very much.
日本からご参加のお二人ありがとうございました。一緒に写真を撮っていただいてもいいですか？
好的，让我们一起拍照。谢谢，
再度ありがとうございました。
在这里请掌声。
ご参加ありがとうございます。
谢谢李教授，谢谢，也谢谢所有的 speakers， 谢谢。好的，那也谢谢呢我们今天各位来宾上午的参与。我们下午议程将会在1点半准时开始，也请工作人员现在就可以引导我们所有的来宾用餐喽。And thank you for participating in the morning section. The afternoon section will start at 1:30 sharp. Staff members, please guide the guests to the meals. Thank you. 各位现场所有的贵宾，下午场次的论坛即将在5分钟后开始，请各位就座。Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session will start in 5 minutes. Please have your seats.各位来宾，大家好，欢迎回到我们下午的论坛。在论坛开始前，首先为各位介绍下午莅临现场的贵宾。Ladies and gentlemen, before the forum starts, let's welcome our afternoon honor guests. 欢迎国立台湾大学政治学系林子伦副教授 ，Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, National Taiwan University, 子伦 Alan Lin。以及阳光伏特加共同创办人陈慧萍博士 ，Co-founder of Sunny Founder 慧萍 Chen， 国立台湾大学社会科学院风险社会与政策研究中心赵家伟博士 ，Postdoctoral Researcher Risk Society and Policy Research Center National Taiwan University 赵伟赵。 接下来呢，我们就要把麦克风交给我们今天论坛的主持人，台湾大学林子伦林教授，请大家以热情的掌声欢迎林教授。Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Lin.
刘局长、蔡处长在座各位先进好朋友，大家还有直播的现场的朋友，大家午安。好，也很高兴今天下午有这个机会来参与这个台北市的这种国际气候的行动论坛。我早上刚刚听了很多非常精彩的不管是线上或是直播，还有在现场的相关的议题，我觉得感谢台北市还有刘局长在这边带领我把这些相关的重要议题，在讨论的层次上、内容还有深度上，我就带到不同的层次啊。那下午我觉得也是非常精彩，两位年轻的好朋友觉得来介绍这个相关议题。我不多讲，我把时间留给他们啊。今天两位我觉得在这样的安排上，我们看到的在国际城市上，还有台北在这里宣布了台北这所谓的 VO 在 SDG 上的在地的这样的一个自愿的承诺。我觉得台北市基本上在很多的这些议题上都是领先的那今天下午我觉得在安排这个议题也是深具巧思。我们除了国际上，我们也看到台湾在地的年轻朋友或年轻团队在这些议题这样的看法。我们今天有两位在这个议题上其实有长期的相关的努力在这里来谈谈在刚刚国际的一个脉络下，那台湾在这边我们有哪一些努力，有一些不同的面向。那我想时间很有限因为每一位只有20分钟。那我们希望在这两位的报告完之后，我们还有开放一点时间作为现场的交流，那还有一些讨论。那我想第一位我先介绍我们的阳光伏特加的共同创办人，他现在也是台湾的绿能公益发展协会的理事长陈慧萍博士。那他会针对重力发电时代能源转型之路的公民电厂实践来做一些分享。我们热烈掌声欢迎。
好，各位贵宾，各位现场的朋友，还有线上的朋友，大家午安。我是阳光伏特加的共同创办人，我是慧萍。那今天很开心有这个机会来这边跟大家分享我跟阳光伏特加我们在努力的事情。好，先简单自我介绍，就是我常常会告诉大家，我是一个社会学的学者，但很多人就非常好奇，那为什么你在做社会学的研究，现在你却投入一个绿能的产业？那我想这也回到今天各位坐在这边，我想大家在思考的一个问题，就是面对全球暖化、气候变迁，或是能源转型。我们常常会思考这件事情到底跟我有什么关系，或是我怎么采取行动。那我接下来今天要分享的就是我从我自己出发，那从我的学术，包含到我现在投入创业这段历程，我想要跟大家分享一个人怎么可以做出改变。那这就是我今天要跟大家介绍的。我的背景是社会学，但是我的博士论文基本上是从科技与社会的研究领域去关注台湾太阳光电的一个在地使用的发展。那在这个过程中，其实我有个很大的体悟，就是当我们社会学关心的是人，怎么样让人的未来可以更好的这个过程，其实我看到一个事情，就是当代社会不能避免无所不在的科技。今天如果我把所有的科技产品、技术物通通拿开，我们身上会剩下什么呢？可能什么都不剩了。这就是我们人类在当代生活必然要存在非常非常多的科技的一个氛围或是一个场域里面。 那这也是我开始关注到，那当代社会生活其实有一个很重要的领域，就是能源。我今天如果把能源或是把电力关掉，我想今天我们这一场论坛就可能没有办法持续下去了。这也是为什么我一直在思考一件事情：能源不是一个远在天边的议题，但它其实跟我们的日常生活息息相关。所以呢，当我开始展开了我的博士论文研究，我开始去关注台湾太阳光电的发展。为什么我会关注这件事情？因为我参与了一个跨领域的研究计划，它是研究未来的住家。未来的房子有非常非常多的高科技的产品，有远距的医疗的设施，有很多监控的设备，但是也告诉我们，未来的住宅它是越来越耗能的。所以在这样的一个契机底下，我开始关注我们每天所处的这样的一个日常的生活里面，我们跟电力跟能源的关系如何可以更好。所以我花了很长的时间完成了我的博士论文。简单来讲，我的论文关注的就是台湾太阳光电的在地使用以及民众参与的经验跟困难。当我完成了这个论文之后，我的结论就是台湾太阳光电在地不使用，民众也不参与，这是我看到的社会问题。这回到那作为一个研究者，当我发现了问题之后，我们还能做出什么样的改变？于是在2015年我完成了论文之后，我做了我人生里面很重要的决定，就是我跟几位志同道合的伙伴，我们在2015年成立了阳光伏特加。那阳光伏特加其实是一个以推动绿能普及化为目标的一个公司。但我们秉持的是社会企业的精神，我们要解决这样的社会问题，并且用创新并且有创意的商业模式来解决我们看到的这样的一个问题。那阳光伏特加是台湾第一个也是目前规模最大的一个全民电厂的参与的平台。那我们在2015年成立公司，2016年推出我们这样的一个让每一个人都可以简单支持台湾能源转型的一个行动的一个管道。那我们的模式跟使命其实就是希望能够让每一个人都可以很简单的在环境行动中找到经济价值。这告诉我们，过去我们想象的环保行动，你可能会觉得哇，我是不是要节电、关灯、爬楼梯等等，好像要过着苦行僧的生活。但阳光伏特加希望告诉每一个人，其实我们可以一起在绿能的一个环境行动去创造更多的经济价值，并且有所有的参与者可以共享。那我们怎么做到这件事呢？我们透过平台提供多元的一个参与模式，让每一个人都可以很简单的参与能源转型。那包含民众，如果你家有屋顶，你就可以做屋顶人；你有资金的能力，你可以小额的出资或是小额的捐款，你都可以支持台湾的能源的发展。以下我会分别跟大家详细的介绍。首先，提供屋顶就是其实城市里面有非常多的闲置屋顶的空间，它是没有被使用的。只是过去很多民众可能不知道自己可以提供屋顶出来作为参与绿能的一个方式。那在这个过程中，我们就去号召所有的民众，你去把你家的屋顶提供出来，你就可以不用出钱，就可以去获得未来售电收益的一个部分，去作为你提供屋顶的一个租金收益。那对很多屋主来讲，它有更大的好处是屋顶降温。像我常常去南部演讲，其实常常会得到一个很有趣的回馈。他问我被反问一个问题，他说：“老师，你知道吗？我们家顶楼不能住人。”那我就说：“那可以住谁呢？”他说：“这个只能住神明，因为顶楼太热了。”所以其实装了太阳能之后，它不仅可以获得租金的收益，它还可以有顶楼降温的一个附加的效果。所以我们非常鼓励更多的民众可以透过提供屋顶方式来参与。那再来就是绿意共享，也就是我们比较常去用公民电厂这样的概念去提出这样的参与模式。过去一座太阳能电厂，它的资金可能门槛很高。 可能要几百万甚至几千万，很多民众就没有办法参与。所以在我研究过程中，我也观察到，大部分能参与的都是有资金能力的企业。那民众想要参与的话，我们就透过一个很有创意的参与的模式，我们让每一个人，你只要买1片太阳能板这样的金额，在阳光伏特家的平台上，你可能只要15000左右的一个平均的价格，你就可以跟其他的参与者去共享未来这座电厂的一个收益。那在现在的平台的商业模式上，我们是立基在政府的再生能源的趸购政策，所以当我们一起出钱盖了一座电厂，我们就把电卖给公用电力公司，那未来20年就可以得到一个稳定的一个售电的收益的回馈。那只是过去民众在参与门槛太高的情况下，他没有办法来共享这样的一个绿能的好处。那阳光伏特家让这件事变简单。那可是呢，听起来这是一个很棒的想法，但事实上推动起来非常不容易，因为大部分的民众对所谓的再生能源的政策并不了解，他也不清楚这样的一个绿能的收益、经济效益是来自于政府的政策的支持。所以呢，我们从第一个阳光伏特家的全民电厂，我们其实做了一些努力。那各位可以看到，我们的第一座这样的一个全民出资的公民电厂在台南，我们叫它蛋仔1号。各位可以猜一下为什么叫蛋仔1号吗？因为台南有好吃的蛋仔面。对，局长答对了。蛋仔1号，它就是一个民众出租他的屋顶给我们，那上面是44片太阳能板，总共11.44千瓦，一片是15000左右的金额。那我们透过跟主妇联盟环境保护基金会的共同的倡议，那在这里其实他们就用主妇联盟就透过基金会的主体购买了其中的20片，跟我们一起去让第一个案场可以真的去实现出来。那慢慢的，我们就透过跟民间团体的一起共同参与努力。那像这个也是主妇联盟在2016年买了另外一个苗栗油桶3号，他又买了10片。2016年主妇联盟环境保护基金会买了30片太阳能板，透过阳光伏特家因为那一年他们成立30周年当然不是这么简单。更重要的是，透过这样的参与行动，我们一起去实现的是，这是他们去参访觉得旗子很开心的说，这些太阳能板都是我们的。那事实上，这30片太阳能板的收益又回过头来支持非营利组织在推动能源转型的道路上，可以去卷动跟说服更多的社区民众去参与我们可以去举办更多的能源教育的活动，让更多的人可以更了解，每一个人都可以是支持能源转型的力量。那其实大家不要小看公民参与的力量，其实我们从第一个专案只有11 kW，到2018年，其实我们单一案场最大规模是蛋仔6号，它的规模就大，单一电厂就接近500 kW，1600多片太阳能板。那这个案场是我们第一次卖这么大的规模。那各位可以看到，这里有375位民众的出资的参与。那这个专案我们大概卖了2个多月真的把它销售完毕，我们非常的感动。但是更让我们感动的是，随着我们从0到1，从1到100，其实我们在去年再次推出了差不多规模的一个公民电厂，在嘉义，我们叫阿里14号。这座电厂也将近500 kW， 上面有1500多片太阳能板。这一次有200多位民众参与，可是各位可以想象，这么大的一座电厂，我们这次的销售的时间只花了2分半钟。所以很多人说，哇，阳光伏特家真的是秒杀的状态。但是我相信它反映的是台湾民间有很大的一个参与的动能的存在。只是阳光伏特家召唤起了这一群人的行动，让我们可以一起促进更多公民电厂的发生。那这是我们在平台上可以看到我们的所有的专案，我们就会把所有电厂的资讯在平台上面很清楚的呈现，包含我们各位出资完成之后的所有的电厂的建制、维运、管理等等工作，都会透过阳光伏特家的专业团队去协助。那民众也可以透过我们的监控设备，是可以看到你的那一片太阳能板的发电表现。 所以现在我们还绑定了 LINE 的一个推播所以你透过你的手机，随时都可以看到你的太阳能板正在好好的帮你赚钱发电。那从2016到现在，我们已经累积完成在全台湾，包含离岛、澎湖都有我们的全民电厂。那已经累积完成了超过200座的这样的一个透过民众的力量完成的公民电厂的专案。更重要的是，这里面有超过2万位的民众，他可以透过这样的一个行动支持。那我们的累积设置量已经超过，其实这个数字还要再更新，可能已经接近10 megawatt 的一个规模。所以其实我们一直在相信的是，台湾社会有很大的一个动能，我们可以透过群众参与去创造积沙成塔的力量。而这样的过程，在能源转型的过程，我们觉得非常的重要。那这就是我们的参与者其实非常的多元可能有一些人是真的为了环保，他告诉我们经济收益是附加价值，但也有一些人他告诉我们，这太阳能是一个很棒的一个绿色商品他觉得这是一个很好的经济的收益的来源。当然也有更多是爸爸妈妈他会帮小朋友去购买一片太阳能板，作为他20年后的成年礼。其实这个过程中，我们听到一个让人很感动的话。过去我们帮小朋友储蓄存款，你可能就是帮他存钱。可是我们现在帮他存下一片太阳能板，你不是只帮他存下金额，而是帮他存下了更永续跟对环境友善的一个未来。这是我们觉得阳光伏特加因为更多人的参与，而我们看到更多的行动价值。那这是我们的参与者给我一句话，我觉得非常的有趣。他说以前天气很热，太阳很大的时候，他心情不太好，因为不舒服嘛。可是呢，自从他参与了阳光伏特加之后，他买了一片太阳能板。他说现在太阳很大的那一天，他心情特别好。为什么？他说他知道他的太阳能板正在某个地方帮他努力的发电赚钱，爱护地球所以他那天走路出门就是你知道走路有风面带微笑因为那种我们跟能源跟环境甚至我们跟太阳的距离都已经非常的紧密了。那事实上阳光伏特加在推动的过程中，一如我一开始提到的，从一个社会学的一个关怀点，其实我在意的是我希望在能源转型的过程不要遗漏任何一个人，所以我们特别关注的是能源转型过程是不是有一些所谓的能源不平等，或是我们是不是会遗漏了一些能源弱势的一些处境跟需求。那这也是阳光伏特加透过绿能供应模式希望能够去解决的一个社会问题。如同刚刚提到的，我们的模式是一模一样，我们去寻找更多的资金的来源，来自于更多人的支持跟行动。而绿能供应模式，我们的资金来源就是来自于企业的 CSR， 就是企业社会责任的一个赞助，以及民众的小额爱心。我们把这样的一个爱心资源募集起来，然后盖一座太阳能电厂，用来帮助台湾的弱势团体、社福单位，让他们也得到跟参与跟共享这样的绿能的收益。那对很多社福单位来讲，这样的一个透过再生能源的一个政策它可以带来一个可能是20年的一个长期稳定的支持。那更重要的是，在这个过程中，我们企业或是民众的爱心也可以被放大1.6到1.8倍，那还可以持续永续的来帮助这样的一个弱势团体。那在这几年我们已经陆续完成了很多这样的公益模式。其实今年的疫情就让我真的感受到，这样子的一个绿能供应模式真的能够帮助到社福团体或是弱势单位解决他们捐款不稳定的问题。像今年疫情捐款可能是陡坡的下降，可是这时候我们过去帮助过的社福单位就告诉我们，他们很开心的是有太阳的时候，他们就可以得到源源不绝的捐款的进来。那其实这件过程也非常不容易一如我常常跟大家分享的，从0到1是我认为创业过程最困难的一个阶段。那我们的第一个公益专案在桃园的国际儿童村，我们就帮儿童村的小朋友们募一个5K 网，真的很小。可是我们很感动的是，在我们默默无名的时候，真的有37笔的小儿民众爱心捐款进来，帮我们完成。那在2016年，我们还完成了另外一个 跟地方政府合作的公益专案，我们跟屏东县政府，他们非常认同我们的公益的一个理念，所以透过社会处直接帮我们找到了屏东胜利之家，它是一个照顾发展迟缓孩子的机构，我们帮他做6K 瓦。各位可以看到，2016 5K 瓦、6K 瓦真的很小，但是我们开始实现了这件事情。在2017年就开始有企业看到我们，所以我们有了第一个富邦集团直接透过企业 CSR 赞助的一个公益专案，帮助宜兰怀哲富康之家。那再来就是2017年开始，我们每一年都跟台湾大哥大发起一个叫种福店的绿能公益的倡议。它不仅结合企业的 CSR 的赞助，也结合了我们共同对民众去号召去捐款。那我们从2017到现在到去年已经完成了3个种福店的专案。其实我们的规模就从100K 瓦可以增加到168K 瓦，是一个最大规模的，帮助桃园真善美基金会。那光是种福店的专案，我们就可以看到6000多笔的民众小额爱心跟着我们一起就是做了这样的一个更有社会价值的一个绿能行动。那其实后来到2018年，我们还完成了一个不同的模式，去帮助盛佳明长照中心。这个模式就是我们前面谈的这样的一个绿色的一个经济效益，都来自于趸售政策。可是，在盛佳明，因为它没有办法趸售所以我们帮他做一个自发自用，结合再生能源凭证的一个交易。所以我们这一座太阳能电厂由花旗银行赞助，它的发电是让机构可以省电，再加上每1000度的绿电，它可以产出1张绿电凭证。我们去帮他寻找到一个企业去购买绿电凭证，所以对盛佳明来讲，它的每1度绿电除了省电之外，还可以有绿电凭证的一个收益进来。那其实我们在过程中也去游说更多的地方政府，去把公有屋顶做更有价值的利用。所以像这个是我们找到屏东的一个永久屋的基地，我们用这样的公有屋顶去做一个将近100K 瓦的太阳光电系统。那这个专案比较特别，是由国泰金控去赞助。那这个赞助的金额是来自于他们发起了一个叫大富翁小富婆的减重计划，所以员工减重1公斤，企业就捐100，所以各位可以想象，这每一片太阳能板都是由大家的燃烧卡路里转化出来的爱心燃烧自己点亮社会的一个很有趣的行动。那去年我们也跟光宝科技发起一个为太阳能而跑的活动。那为什么要为太阳能而跑？其实我们是一起去路跑捡烟蒂，因为烟蒂是海洋废弃物最大宗，而且是有毒物质。我们希望透过这个过程，你捡1根烟蒂，企业就捐10块。所以我们募集到10万根的烟蒂之后，光宝就捐100万，那这个金额还超过了。最后我们就把这样的资金来建置一个太阳光电系统，去帮助宜兰的一个老人养护中心。那就让这样的一个爱心可以循环，那并且把永续的价值透过绿能可以去源源不绝的一个发展。那今年我们也会跟光宝科技去在部落做出这样的一个部落能源自主的公益专案。那从2016到现在，其实我们在全台湾已经完成了10个这样的一个公益专案，有7家企业跟着我们一起行动，7000多位民众的小额爱心捐款。那这个过程，我们帮助了数千名的儿童、老人跟身心障碍福利的患者。那这个过程，我们也会去号召更多的不管是政治界或是影剧圈的名人，去跟我们去共同响应，扩大我们的影响力。那过程中，我们也会带入更多能源教育的活动，带到我们去协助的这样的一个弱势团体，让他们得到一个培力的资源。所以总结来说，仰望佛家在做的是串联更多的一个不同的利害关系人，去支持台湾的能源转型。而我们也回应了联合国永续发展目标，最重要的是第7项，我们让每一个人都可以参与更好、更现代、更永续的能源。那透过结合不同的资源跟帮助，我们也点亮了10项以上的一个 SDG 的项目。那去年仰望佛家也拿到台湾第1张绿能售电业的执照，所以未来我们不只是可以让大家一起跟着我们一起发绿电，我们还可以创造多元的参与模式，去让每一个人都可以跟我们一起发绿电。未来我们一起购买跟使用绿电，一起让台湾的能源跟社会发展都可以更好。谢谢各位。
谢谢陈慧明博士刚刚非常精彩的演讲。我想他在这边让我们看到 绿能不再只是真的电力这件事情而已，它其实真的创造了更多的社会价值。它透过很棒的这些创新的社会模式，建立了这个平台，让这个阳光伏特加现在成为台湾全台最大的一个公民电厂平台，让降低民众可以参与的这个门槛。我想非常有趣的一个有创意的模式。接下来我们邀请台大风险社会中心的赵家伟博士，他来针对所谓驱动永续能源转型的城市能源行动来进行演讲，我们热烈掌声欢迎。
好，谢谢那个主持人子文老师的介绍，还有各位现场的朋友，还有在线上的朋友，大家好。其实我觉得下午这个议程安排我跟慧萍在同场的话，其实是蛮有趣的一个对照，因为慧萍刚刚有提过，她是社会学背景，然后进入到这个能源的 business。但我是环工背景，我是那个刘局长的学弟，然后我现在是在一个社会科学院下面去做政策型的研究，所以在这边的话是显示一件事情，就是我们现在谈的这些一整天谈的这些 SDG， 谈这些气候行动来讲的话，不论你是什么样的背景，如果你有兴趣想要投入，都有办法找到你的切入点。像我们是在这个跨领域的时代，特别是我们面临到这个 SDG 的落实，它其实需要很多不同领域的协作。我想说，从我们两个的身份来讲的话，其实是可以作为一个印证，就是说，其实这个跨领域的学习跟投入是有可能的。好，那今天的话，一开始先跟大家先简单帮我们中心广告一下。我们中心的话，在社会科学院下面的风险社会与政策研究中心，我们是专注于在气候跟能源转型的研究。所以我们在气候跟能源转型的研究上面的话，我们的主题是包含就是有讨论永续转型的一些理论跟应用，还有在气候政策国际上面气候政策的趋势。啊，另外一部分的话，在地方行动组，我们关注的是地方能源治理，还有那个公民电厂推动。那我们也当然大家很关注的就是一个空气污染的议题嘛。那我们这边也有做空气污染方面的研究。而我们这些研究的话，我们不只是像刚才的学中心，我们发表研讨会文章、期刊文章，我们是试着把这些知识能够变成常民化。所以我们去年6月的时候出版了一本专书，叫做日常生活的能源革命，是把台湾能源转型行动者的那个概念把它记录起来。然后这本书的话，我们在市面上面都有卖。然后很有趣的事情是，在今年2月，因为国际书展停办的关系，然后就看到小英总统也在他的脸书上面推广说要阅读嘛。然后他推广要读的书里面，其中有一本就是我们日常生活的能源革命。然后虽然我们当下我们就觉得如果是总统推荐的话，我们是不是就可以马上2刷？就到现在我们还是没有，所以就麻烦大家多多支持这样子。好，然后在这边的话，就是我们有我们的QR code 的话，可以连接到我们的脸书，因为我们在把这个知识传播上面的话，我们是很妥善运用我们的社群媒介。就像早上的时候，我们看到东京都那边在谈他们的长期减碳策略嘛。其实他们去年12月发表的时候，我们在1月份，我们中心我们在脸书上面，我们就有制作一系列的图卡，去告诉台湾民众、关心气候议题的民众说东京都做了什么。所以如果你想要掌握到最及时的一些有关于国际跟气候能源转型资讯的话，也可以加入我们的那个 Facebook。OK。那另外一部分的话，我们当然除了是常民，就是等于说以常民的那个知识普及化的推动以外的话，我们也有比较厚重一点的学术报告。就像去年11月的时候，我们出版了一本厚达458页的一个长期能源其中台湾长期能源转型的一份旗舰报告，那里面梳理了国际上面的能源转型的趋势，以及是我们来讨论说，台湾如果要达到2050碳中和的话，我们在能源转型行动上面的话，我们有这6大的重要的转型政策组合，应该要推动到什么样的地步？如果各位想要更深层了解的话，也可以上我们的中心网站里面去阅读这458页的一份报告，里面的话相信有很多基本资讯可以大家做一些参考。好，那就回到今天的主题，今天最主要要谈3件事情。第一件事情就是在气候紧急时代上面，国际上面是怎么做的。然后第2件事情的话，想要谈的事情就是，那我们台湾在面对到我们所谓的2050我们的法定的减碳目标，或者是我们要进一步挑战到2050碳中和的时候，台湾的城市的转型责任又何在？然后最后一个部分的话，其实有点呼应早上里面的很多讲者里面在谈的说，后疫情时代我们要怎么样思考在环境面向来思考说，那我们该做的作为，以及是我们在如何用那个 SDG 的方式去引领我们的疫后复兴策略。好，那第一个部分的话，就是大家都知道说今年非常热，今年有多热呢？就今年整个夏天的要开冷气的时数来讲的话，是最近是过往10年里面最高的，然后比去年一口气多了大概10% 左右。那我们当然看到这些测账上面的温度的话，就凸显说，那这个部分是这个增温离我们并不遥远，它其实是我们现在日常生活就会应对的状况。特别是像台北市的增温，其实是世界上面有名的。 就在亚洲开发银行，他们在2018年发表一份报告里面的话，他们就是做一个pie chart，就是把亚洲里面就各个城市的增温温度把它列出来，然后其中你可以看到说，不好意思，其中你就可以看到说，那个台北的话是等于说是并列第二高的，其实这就凸显说，那在整个增温趋势之下，其实我们接下来整个城市上面会面临到的挑战是多么严峻，我们可能就会面临到说，2050年的时候，我们整个夏天会有100天都是要面临到热浪，所以在这边的话，我们要怎么样去因应这样的一个所谓的高温作为一个常态化，那便是我们在城市管理上面很重要的一个责任。当然的话，我们如果要釜底抽薪，能够去想办法不要让未来还是那么热，我们就要想办法把这个我们叫做气候之恶的下巴，把它下巴能够等于说是让它能够落下来，就是能够让它下巴能够压下来。因为这个图文的话，就是把这些每个条纹就是代表说我们全球上面历史上面的增温的温度，那越红的话就是代表越热。所以我们在这边的话，我们是可以看到这些历史的曲线，很明显的可以呈现说我们是越来越热的趋势。但如果我们没有采取任何的减量对策的时候，我们这边只会越来越红。那如果我们想办法把温度能够是减到一个2度C 甚至1.5度C 之下的话，我们就要想办法把这个鳄鱼的牙齿一个一个把它拔掉。那这鳄鱼牙齿要怎么拔掉呢？很重要的事情是 IPCC 的报告里面就指引一个方向，告诉我们减碳要快。因为如果我们不想要到之后要仰赖一些就是目前还未证实它风险以及技术可行性的一些减碳对策的话，那我们就是要赶快推动减碳措施，就是要想办法在2030年的时候就把我们的碳排放量相较于2010全球的排放量相较于2010年减少到将近60%，然后2050年的时候要达到近乎是近零排碳的一个状况。那在这边的话，我们当然很重要的一个策略是要减少我们的能源需求，像就是我们在2030年的时候，全球能源需求量要比2010年减少15%，2050年的时候要减少到30%。这时候我们就要思考到说，那我们这些富裕国家里面，是不是在节能方面要更为努力？这样的话才可以挪出一些就是能源使用的空间，能源使用上面延伸的碳排放空间，是给那个发展中国家上面他们在满足他们生活所需的推动。所以在这边的话，要达到这样的一个减碳目标，我们当然一个是供给面的讨论，供给面这一块的话，我们就可以看到说，这样的一个趋势里面就呈现到一个很重要的趋势，就是我们要达到减碳目标，我们未来一定是高再生能源占比的一个电力系统，但今天我比较想要 highlight 的是有关于在需求面这一块。需求面这一块的话，如果我们想要走最安全的减碳的1.5度C 之路的话，那我们到底需求面要做到什么地步呢？这个研究来讲的话，就是我们去奠基到所谓的我们刚才讲1.5度C 里面是最安全的、最完全、最没有技术风险的一条减碳路径，要想办法把我们的能源需求量在2050年的时候能够压到说相较2010年减少30%，这时候就代表说我们整个食衣住行里面的能源效率的进步幅度都要非常的急剧的进步。例如来讲的话，就是我们的住宅空调，我们住宅空调的每年的能源效率进步率要进步到5% 以上，所以它不能只靠你的机器。你那个我们用更高效率的空调，买更高效率的冷气而已，这还包含到我们整个建筑上面的隔热上面的加强跟改造。另外一部分的话，你可以看到这些运输部分的话，它也货运这一块的能源效率也必须要增强，所以这些老旧的这些大卡车一定还是要想办法让它能够加以汰换，才能够有机会让我们全球能够守住在1.5度C 之下。但在这边守这个的时候，大家都会讲说，这么高的一些进步幅度，我们到底有没有可能达得成呢？其实这边的话，我们有一个国际上面有个举一个例子，就是其实我们可以仰赖一些技术做一些辅佐，就像是我们像手上拿出来的手机，如果你去算手机的耗电量，跟它替代的其他电器用品的耗电量来讲的话，它其实是它的整个手机它去跟它的替代的电器用品相比的话，它耗电量其实只有大概只有1%而已。但是我们看到这个图的时候，我们大家开玩笑说，但是我们比较尝试就是边滑手机边看电视，所以好像这个替代效果就没有发生这样子。但更重要的事情是我们看到这些国际上面很重要的一个减碳方向之后，那到底国际城市里面最新来讲，他们又做了哪些的举动呢？就像是早上我们有听到洛杉矶那边分享说，他们在提出他们洛杉矶的绿色新政计划。其实我们可以看，然后在前一阵子8月份的时候，我们可以看到在波士顿的台裔美籍的目前的议会的议长，他同时也提出来就是他们的绿色新政跟公正复苏的一个提案。这里面就设定一个是他们要2040年的时候就达到 达到近零碳排，所以他们就倒推出来几个阶段性目标。2024年的时候，波士顿所有的市有建筑都要达到变成是近零碳排的建筑。2030年的时候，整个波士顿里面用的电力要是零排碳的电力，要全面是再生能源电力。所以这边的话就有他们一些阶段性的一些的目标的设定。那我们看完这个欧洲美国城市之后，我们就来看到我们的竞争城市首尔。首尔他们在7月份的时候，他们其实宣布了一个首尔的绿色新政。因为虽然整个韩国的全国也在讨论说，到底要不要定一个2050近零碳排的目标，但是在这边有很多整个全国性的不同利害关系人的讨论里面，目前那个目标其实还没有正式的落实。但是首尔市长，当时的首尔市长他就出来7月份他开记者会之后就突然宣布说，我首尔2050年的时候要成为零碳排城市，然后我接下来2年的话，我要花600亿元以上的部分投资在有关于绿色跟气候有关的项目上面，就相当于台北市1年总预算的1/3左右。然后另外一部分的话，就是在运输这边的话，他们强调的事情就是很快他们2025年的时候，在路上跑就不能再有任何的燃油汽车，所以反推回来的话，首尔搞不好在2035年它就必须要禁售燃油汽车。那在运输这一块呢，也可以看到他们在2030年的时候就希望能够扩大推动到所谓零碳排放建筑。那我们看完这些国际上面的一些趋势之后，我们就赶快把这个焦点回来台湾。那回来台湾的话，我们第一件事情就是我们想要推动这些积极的策略，最重要的就是要民众支持。而民众展现支持的最好方式就是什么？上街去展现你的意志嘛。所以在今年9月27号的时候，那个国内的青年关心气候运动的青年学子们，他们有发起一个有关于气候的游行，所以也请大家可以一起关注这个议题跟趋势。那我们就来想想看说，那我们台湾如果要达到这个减碳目标，长期的减碳目标的话，我们到底该怎么做？因为我们一直想到，我们2015年通过了温管法之后，我们定了一个长期目标，但是这5年下来，我们好像一直都没有看到一个所谓的长期减碳路径。所以就是台湾风雨中心跟美国的国家实验室，然后还有那个绿色公民行动联盟，我们就让去了一个3方的合作。我们在过去一年的时间里面，我们在尝试去用美国的能源模型里面去找出台湾的减碳路径，就是我们台湾如果要达到我们的法定减碳的目标减50%的时候，我们各个部门的减量的趋势为何？那如果我们要再进一步达到碳中和的时候，2050碳中和的时候，我们有没有可能可以达得到？像在这边我们的模拟结果里面就显示说，我们如果要达到碳中和的话，那我们在2040年之后，我们的2045年的时候，我们的所有的电力的部门就不能再有任何排放，而这个在需求面上面的意义是什么？它就是代表说，我们如果想要达到碳中和的话，我们第一个，我们传统的石化业的规模必须要缩减到30%以上。另外一部分的话，就是我们要在整个的能源结构里面，当然是大规模的会是以再生能源为主的一个情形。然后另外一部分就是我们现在一直在争论蛮不休的，就是让天然气的话，它可能在短时间里面它使用量会是增加的。但是在那个2030年之后，它就必须要去急速的削减。这边的话就指引出来一个，就是我们在做后续能源设施规划的时候重要的方向。那在这边总合一下，就说那这边的话，这样的一个模拟结果里面告诉我们要做哪些事情呢？第一个事情就是，因为我们接下来的电力系统是以高再生能源占比为主的系统，所以储能来讲的话，是达我们下一步很重要的一个能源科技。然后另外一部分的话，就是我们要推动这个低碳的时候，我们就要去谈所谓运输部门、工业部门他们大规模电气化下，我们怎么样跟我们这些以再生能源为主的电力系统中间互相搭配。然后在需求面这一块的话，正好有2个，在整个工业这一块的话，就是变很明确的，我们这个模拟结果里面可以看出来，石化业规模必须要缩减。然后另外一部分就是在运输部门这一块的话，我们要变成2040年的时候就要禁售燃油车，这样才有可能让在那个2050年的时候，我们在路上跑的车辆里面，大概是有80%都必须是要电动车，才有可能达到我们这样的目标。另外一部分在供给面这一块的话，我们在如果要达到减碳目标，2050年的时候，我们的风力跟光电加起来的话，它们的占比必须要在我们的电力结构里面大概是83% 以上。这代表什么呢？就是我们如果要达到这样的目标的话，我们必须要充分发挥我们的屋顶型太阳光电潜力，就是大概是90%以上的屋顶，在2050年的时候，它都必须要装太阳能，我们才有可能达到这样子的碳中和的目标。 那我们看出有这些的目标之后，我们就来进一步去想想看，那城市这边可以做什么？城市这边最可以做的就是在节能方面，跟在那个屋顶型太阳光电的推动，然后智慧能源方面的推动。所以在建筑节能这一块的话，我们就必须要看到说，台北市的那个老旧房屋的比例是非常高的，所以接下来会有大规模的改建潮。那我们怎么样在这个改建潮的过程中，是能够去提升我们的建筑外墙的隔热，然后呢去改善我们的建筑能效，这是很重要的一个环节。所以我们是不是能够去思考，就是说，那我们接下来这些各式各样的老旧建筑的一些改建计划里面，在这些补助的时候有设定一个能源条款，要求说你要符合一定的能源条件的话，才能够获得补助。我觉得这边是一个可以给就是市府这边在思考的方向。另外一个部分的话，就是智慧能源管理，就是台北市很标榜是智慧城市嘛，那我们怎么样运用这些能源申报出来的资料，各个建筑申报出来的资料里面，能够让我们做好进一步的能源管理。所以我们就可以看到说，其实在国际上面要去做任何的建筑法规进一步的加严推动的时候，第一步就要先做到完整的建筑能耗的管理。就像是纽约市，他们就是有一个建筑能源耗用的一个消耗平台，就是你现在坐在家里面，你就可以知道说，帝国大厦到底耗了多少能，你是可以查得到这样的公开资讯的。而我们也可以看到说，那台北市他们在上礼拜在产发局的那个能源政策白皮书面有谈到说，台北市未来要去建立这个3D 太阳能的发电潜势地图。但是如果要建到这个3D 地图的话，它还可以有进一步的延伸应用。它应该可以参考在苏格兰的 Glasgow 市，也就是 COP26 的主办城市里面，他们其实在2016年的时候就建立了这样的一个互动平台。它这个互动平台也是一个3D 的图层，它可以看到每一个建筑的耗能量。各类的耗能量，然后可以跟同类型的建筑里面去做一个 benchmarking， 去做一个比较，然后激发出来说像我们下一步的一些节能的作为。所以在这边的话，都是台北市这边我建议下一步可以做的。好，那最后的话，我们大概再用5分钟时间跟大家谈一下，就是有关于在疫后之后振兴的这件事情。我们可以看到说，每次在疫情发生之后，我们台湾在社群网络上面比较多的讨论，都是在讨论这个事情，就是好像是这次疫情让地球得以喘息，但国际上面在谈的事情，这是那个经济学人的讽刺漫画，他们谈的事情是我们现在面对到 COVID-19， 我们的所作所为其实只是一个预演，因为我们下一个更大的敌人，更大的要去因应的对手是气候变迁。那在疫情过程中的话，它让整个全球的排碳量一度是削减到25%左右，在4、5月份的时候，大概是全球排碳量削减25%，然后今年预估大概可以削减到大概是8% 左右。但为了我们要达到所谓的2050净零排碳目标的话，我们每一年的减碳量就要减到7.4% 以上。好，所以在这边的话，我们就可以看到说，那问题是说，这样的减碳到底能不能持续下去？因为我们就可以看到说，那个国际研究者里面就在分析说，在不同的减碳趋势之下，如果我们只靠今年因为疫情减碳，然后我们在疫后我们的振兴里面都把它投入在这些高污染的、高排碳的产业之下的话，那这一次今年度所带来的减碳对我们增温的影响度，能够将来减少那个的增温的程度的话，大概只会减少0.01度C。但如果我们能够把疫后振兴的预算，我们大规模去导向所谓的绿色振兴，导向在节能方面的推动、再生能源方面的推动的话，我们有机会是走向一个，就是借由这样的措施，可以让我们的增温，相较于什么都不做的情形之下的话，减少0.3度以上，就大规模的增加了我们可以守住1.5度C 的机会。所以在这边的话，我们就可以看到国际上面的城市联盟，像早上也有提到的 C40， 他们其实就有谈一个 C40 怎么去看待所谓的绿色振兴这件事情，城市可以怎么样去推动绿色振兴。特别是我们也看到说，在运输部门这一块的话，有很多一些具体的作为，不论是巴黎啊，去部件大规模去投资在有关于脚踏车道的部件，然后或者是在伦敦这一块的话，是要强调说要扩大提升那个塞车税，或者是扩大所谓的燃油车辆的进行区，就是扩大所谓的净空区。这些作为它都是城市在面对到疫情之后推动绿色振兴的时候，他们的一系列的思考。那我们就来看看那台湾呢？台湾的话，我们在疫情这一块的话，因为我们防疫得当，所以我们就要面临到另外一个很有趣的考验，就是疫情并没有让台湾的环境得以喘息。就是我们的能源需求量虽然有减，但是减的幅度其实没有像国际那么大。然后甚至是我们的用电量还是成长的，举例来讲，像台北，如果像台北市的话一样，台北市的用电量也是 也是增长，大概快1% 左右。然后其中的话是那个住宅部门增加的幅度非常多，然后服务业部门大概减少4% 左右。然后在汽柴油消费这边的话，消费量看起来的话，台北市大概是减少大概将近5% 左右。好，那但是比较一个我觉得很重要的一个消息就是，今年度的话，整个电动机车的销售量，其实相较于去年度来讲，其实大规模的衰退，因为油价便宜嘛，然后我们又给了燃油机车补助，所以其实在那个电动车这一块的话，在全台湾的比例是降了大概是10% 从15% 降到10% 左右，那台北市还是只有维持在15%，但是我们更期待是台北市能够逆向增加，所以这一块的话都是在进一步可以去思考的地方。那在这样几个趋势之下的话，我们就看到一个问题，就是那今年度我们搞不好我们的碳排放量其实减少的幅度就不如预期，这样的话很有可能我们2020年的减碳的目标，第一阶段的减碳目标就没有机会能够达成。那这一块的话就显示说，那我们接下来的减碳目标必须要更努力。这个更努力的话，就是要想办法去思考说，那我们接下来的整个预算配置里面，能不能往绿色振兴去思考？因为在前一阵子7月份我去听到一个论坛的时候，台北市的陈秘书长还是陈副秘书长，他有在场去分享，就是说，台北市在思考整个疫情之后的因应，他说跟中央有点不一样，台北市还有在思考到转型，不过他转型之后谈到数位转型。那我们现在在想的事情，就台北市有没有可能做到绿色转型？因为在这边的话，我这边提出来的3个绿色振兴的几个建议来讲，我是针对中央的政策去提供建议的，包含是说提升前瞻基础建设的绿色含量，把前瞻基础建设里面的5100亿的预算多花点是在有关于在节能方面，多关于在氢能方面甚至储能方面的投注。另外一部分的话，就是可以增强一些我们的环境管制强度，因为我们接下来在整个疫情之后，供应链的重组来讲的话，工业回流就会增加我们很多的一些用电的一些压力。我们不希望这些用电压力换来的还是以我们的环境品质去为代价所换来的嘛。然后另外一部分的话，就是要做一些政策工具，特别是把握碳定价之窗，就像是那个环保署里面也想努力。要推动所谓的碳定价，国际上面的话，只是有把所谓的碳定价视为是说，在疫情之后，因为他们面临到很多的税损，然后在复兴，他需要裁员，他们又发现到说，碳税可以作为他们一个财政的一个收入来源，甚至是像欧盟，早上我们听到欧盟的 Green Deal 或者是欧盟的振兴措施里面，他们其实就谈一件事情，是他们2023年的时候就打算要课碳关税，然后作为支应他们将后续振兴基金的一个税入来源，所以这边的话对台湾的意义是什么，都是我们值得再进一步思考，然后可以再看看台北市在这边的话可以扮演的角色。好，那最后的话就是鼓励大家在谈这个议题的时候，我们要去想象，在疫情之后，我们不能够只是回到所谓的常态，重返正常而已，我们要试着去思考看看，我们有没有可能再利用这个时间去建立一个更好的未来。好，这是我以上的分享，谢谢大家。
谢谢赵家伟博士非常精彩的演讲。他针对刚刚在全球发展的在这个气候变迁相关的科学，还有相关的政策趋势拉到台湾的脉络，最后也谈到在整个城市这个在能源转型，甚至在这个阶段，我们新阶段的这个在疫情之下这个转型，我们应该做怎么样的应变？最后提出了非常具体的政策的建议。那可能等一下我们可以来开放来做一些相关的讨论。那事实上现在很清楚，我们面对的就像刚刚2位前面的讲者提到，我们面对的其实是非常严峻的挑战。今天是全球的重要的这个疫情，这个公共卫生的紧急。另外，英国也宣告，或者很多国家也宣告，现在是一个气候紧急啊。所以我们现在是一个这个公卫紧急、气候紧急面对的这样一个这个重要的新的形态。那我现在也邀请2位讲者，是不是到前面我们还有一个下一个阶段的一个大概20分钟左右的讨论啊，邀请2位讲者上台。好，我想我们现在很快的进入下一个阶段。我现在开放几个问题。我想刚刚2位其实非常清楚，因为我们从能源转型的角度，然后公民参与的角度来看到这条路绝对不是有公部门 刚从上一场期也谈到，这绝对是公司部门的一个协力，一个 partnership， 从政府企业端到民间一起要来努力。那嘉伟从政策的角度来看到，我们今天怎么样在这个大的转型里面来加速绿色的这个动能？哦，那我们看看，那我们开放几个问题来请2位讲者来做进一步的分享。来，大家是不是在现场可以举手？我先收集2、3个问题，然后再请这边来回答。蛮好的机会，好，请工作人员帮忙一下。
林老师、赵博士、陈博士，我是产经会。是这样子，刚才听到陈博士跟赵博士这边的这个分享哈，那我们都知道，就是说最近也因为疫情的这个关系啊，其实温室气体确实有下降的这样的一个状况，但是我们总不能因为一直持续让这个借由这个疫情的关系达到这个所谓的零碳排放。那我这边有个问题想请教一下，就是说，其实，在2位刚刚分享的这个报告里面，其实蛮多提到是在节能跟创能的这个部分。那不知道在未来在储能的这个部分呢？因为我们讲说在这个要因应一些能源的转型，其实储能也是一个很重要的。虽然刚刚赵博士最后有讲到储能的这个以及氢能的部分，不知道对于台北市未来在推动储能这个部分呢，有没有什么一些相关的这个建议可以提供给我们？谢谢。
好，我们这个是非常重要。我们在所谓的创能、节能、储能整个系统转型，这个储能蛮重要。刚报告大家有提到，我们等一下一起来回应。我们是不是在收集要2位？后面还有1位，请。
主持人、2位讲者好。那我是台湾中的研究员，我姓苏。那个，我想今天听到2位前辈的这个介绍之后，我有2个问题。一个问题当然是我们这个陈创办人，就是说，其实我们也观察到说，这个太阳光的那个推动，其实是要民间来启动，是一个相当好的一个推动方式哦。那我刚好也去看到说，其实 Google 本身也有一个针对美国的一个 rooftop 的一个 project。那其实它的概念是说，以城市这个角度来结合整个绿电的一个创造。那刚刚听到我们陈创办人其实是针对一些企业，甚至是以一个社会福利的角度去思考。那未来，比方说陈创办人，你有思考过说，跟城市这边去做一个对接，甚至跟我们这个地方政府去做一个连接，是不是可以把这个力道去做强化？我想这是第一个请教。那么第2个部分其实是在我们嘉伟兄我想嘉伟兄刚刚提到一个很好的概念，就是我们也看到国际的发展趋势，在整个气候变迁的这个相关的策略里面，运输跟住商未来是一个需要，就是说在整个节能甚至需求这边的效率的一个提升，是一个相对比较有潜力的哦。那但是我们看到，其实国家包括从副总统过去在政院的时候提到这个，我们国家有一个绿能的发展，在2030、2035年，但是现在我们新任的院长又在这个台湾老旧车的时候，又把7期的燃油车当作是主推的一个政策。那本身在整个政策的一个推动上，其实某种程度，如果说力道要强一点，那干脆我就辅助电动车就好了，我干嘛在7期这边就跳过7期就好了？但是我相信应该有一些竞合的问题哦。那我是想要连接的这一块来请教我们嘉伟兄。那你刚刚也提到说，其实我们国际发展在运输这一块，在住商这一块，都觉得相对有潜力。那以城市这个角度，这2个路线，我们在城市，因为我觉得城市未来是一个减碳很重要的一个基础，而且这边做得好的话，我相信全国一定做得好。那在比方说以城市这个角度，在这2个议题的一个创造上那嘉伟兄有没有什么样的一些建议以上。
好，我想这几个议题都非常棒。我们是不是就先这一轮我先邀请2位来做一些初步的回应？那是慧萍还是嘉伟？来，
直接讲。谢谢大家的问题。那我想，从城市这个层次，其实也是阳光伏特加一直在努力的一个面向。所以其实你可以看到，我们过去一直在跟蛮多地方政府接洽，跟希望能够去让 城市的这些治理的角度，也可以去看待能源转型过程。其实公民参与是很重要的一件事。那另外一个层次是我们其实也一直在游说更多的地方政府去把公有屋顶释放出来做公民电厂。为什么？因为公有屋顶其实对我们来讲，它是非常高度具有公共性的一个价值。只是过去如果我们就把它标租出去它就只是一个商业性的一个经济效益的用途而已。那我觉得它就失去了特别是在我们最近其实在很多都会地区的一些地方政府，其实很多民众想要去做公民电厂，但他找不到合适的屋顶。那很多时候这些合适的屋顶可能就是公部门，可能是地方的小学、学校、活动中心或是邻里办公室。那这些其实它如果能够去优先让这些地方的民众可以去使用，并且作为公民电厂，它其实就是城市里面很重要的一个能源教育的节点。因为对我们来讲公民参与能源转型这件事情，它的重要性不是盖了多少座的电厂，而是这个过程我们去卷动了多少的社会跟民间力量的一个共同行动跟支持。那这个过程可以带出来的是对政策的认同感，或是对能源科技的认识。所以我把它认为是一个比较是一个能源教育的过程，是公民电厂很重要的一个价值。那刚刚提到城市，其实我们有一个蛮大的愿景各位可以看到阳光佛家过去就是号召全民一起来发绿电。那包含我们的未来的一个更终极的愿景，可能是我们希望大家一起家家户户把屋顶提供出来，一起发绿电之外，家家户户我们都是用电的消费者，我们也可以去选择使用绿色的电力。那所以对我们来讲，民众有两种角色，你可以是生产者，也可以是使用者。我们从这两个角度的介入，都可以让台湾的能源转型得到更多民间的支持。那我觉得这个再回到我们对地方政府的不断的一个倡议，是告诉大家，以台北市来讲，其实住商或是这些民间的用电量，其实是占了最大的一个比例。所以我们更重要是在这个过程，不仅是一起创能或是一起节能，其实都要能够让民众有所行动。那这也是阳光佛家未来我们会希望不只是一起创能，我们还可以一起使用绿能。那这个过程中，我们带入更多能源意识的提升，那我们可以导入更多能源管理的服务，甚至是带动家家户户的节省的能源，甚至未来搭配全民参与，我们还可以做所谓的需量反应辅助服务，其实都可以让更多的民众在这个过程中成为能源转型的一份子。我觉得这是我们迈向未来的商业模式或是城市共同的愿景，我觉得这都是很重要的事情。谢谢。
好，接下来我们是不是请嘉伟博士？
喂 ，OK， 好，那针对除能这个问题的话，我自己的想法是这样，就是我在针对前瞻基础建设的建议上面的话，我就谈到说，在下一阶段的前瞻基础建设，在绿能投资上面的话，应该是要想办法是让节能优先，然后储能变成储能变主流化，然后在氢能方面的话，必须要有一些先行跟示范性的计划。因为我们在第一阶段，我们在那个前瞻基础建设里面投资的绿能方面的话，我们大部分都在投资在有关于那个创能的，就有关于绿能这一块。那我们在储能这边的话，我们就建到一个验证平台。但问题是储能这一块的话，它是在接下来它必须要急速的再跟我们生活圈牵合在一起。然后所以我们要一开始来思考说，那市政府这边的话有没有哪些是所谓地方政府可以用的一些政策措施，可以加速的让有关于储能能够跟我们各式各样的能源设施能够导入在一起。举例来讲，就是我们接下来要推动那个这边太阳光电的补助的时候，我们是不是能够给太阳光电搭配储能的系统这边的补助上面的话，有个设定不同的个补助的诱因？像这件事情的话，其实桃园市政府有去做这件事情，它也是台湾第一个我看到地方政府拿了一个3000万的自有预算去推动这件事情的。我觉得这个部分的话是蛮重要，我觉得一个可以仿效的一个对象。然后另外一个部分的话，我觉得更是这个台北市可以做的，就是我们一直在讲说电动车，特别是不论是电动汽车或电动机车，它都可以是一个储能设备、储能装置。然后我们也可以一直看到 GoGoRo 就是知名的电动车业者一直讲说，他想卖的不是车，他想卖的是储能服务。 但实际上面就我了解来讲的话，这件事情并没有真正的想办法有一个落实的目标、落实的途径。那这边的话，台北市这边能不能作为一个试点？台北市有 Tesla。台北市有那么多的就是狗狗的那个的据点，然后我刚才从秀出来的数据也可以看到说，那台北市市民至少在这一块，对于那个电动车的那个购买意愿的削减幅度来讲的话，并没有像其他县市那么高。也就是说，那我们能不能让这个电动车的它在整个能源系统里面扮演的价值能够更进一步的价值化？我们能够去有一些示范性的计划试探，那怎么样去把这个 V2G 就是能够以电动以及车辆作为一个储能系统的这样的一个规划的部分，然后有一些示范计划能够去落地去推动。我觉得这边的话都是台北市在推动这件事情上面可以找到的一个利基点。然后另外一部分的话，针对刚才苏所长特别提到的是有关于我们怎么突破油电平权的迷障。对我来讲是这件事情，就是到底是油电平权还是这句话变成是另外一种霸权。而第一件事情，我们要先理清的事情是，我们到底在台北市里面去推动电动车，会不会只是把污染转嫁到林口电厂？这件事情我算过，就是按照我们目前的整个电力排放系数，不论是排放系数或是空污排放系数来讲的话，你电动车就是你算了它用电延伸的排放量来讲的话，就是比燃油车，甚至比七期一定还是都比远低于7期的燃油车的排放。所以这件事情是应该说在科学上面是undeniable 的，就是电动车，它觉得是在环境面向上面是比甚至比高效率的燃油汽车来得好。那接下来回到这件事情，就是那我们怎么样用一些政策上面的讨论，政策上面的诱因里面去引导它，能够让我们这些电动车的推动的政策，电动机车的推动政策能够回上台面。我觉得这边有一个很好的机会，就是第2阶段的那个减碳目标，就是我们目前的话，在电动机车推动上面是以空污为主嘛。以空污为主的时候，就会有点混杂到说，那接下来在空污这边，他们设定出来的运具的目标，他们就设定一个要接下来未来4年要汰换190辆老旧机车。那我们就不知道这190万辆，你到底是有多少比例是电动车，有多少比例是是所谓的高效率的燃油机车。那我们是不是能够在减碳上面，因为他们减碳上面的差异量就是那么大，所以如果我们可以在减碳这边，我们设定出来一个比较积极的目标，说我们接下来整个市场上面要汰换的这些机车来讲的话，它必须要能够确保是绝大部分，甚至我希望全部190万台都是电动机车的时候，那这样的话，我们把这个目标用这个方式去定下来，那也是一样可以让市场有一个很重要的一个引导方向。因为如果我们是担心觉得说直接我们之前喊出来的目标，2017年年底时候喊出来的目标是禁售嘛，如果担心觉得这个禁售的话，会有比较负面的看法，那我们就把它改成是，那我们就提一个阶段性的扩散率的目标，我们就把扩散目标想把它冲出来，因为其实在国家的 SDG 里面，其实还是有定有一个2030年的时候电动机车的占比要至少冲到30% 的一个目标，但是我觉得30% 是远远的太低，所以这个部分的话，我觉得是一个很重要的一个议题。当然的话，我们在最近上礼拜又有一些新闻在谈这个电动机车，然后就有媒体朋友就在问我说，那到底电动机车什么时候才能够不补助？然后我就跟他讲说，因为电动机车按照中经院的研究，它每骑1公里，它的外部成本就比燃油机车少1块，所以1年的话，就外部成本就少了3600块。所以我就跟他讲说，今天如果我们是可以把这个外部成本充分反映到油价上面，也就是说，我的碳税，就接下来的碳费，我们每一吨能够课到将近是大概1500块以上的台币的时候，那这时候我们才有可能真的能够去说，那我们这电动车这边，我们不用补贴，它就有一个充分竞争的优势。我觉得我们就是要从头来讲的话，就是把目标这一块要拉回来，而且是搭着减碳目标把它定下来。然后第2个部分的话，就是政策工具这一块，其实在地方这边有关于补助款的运用来讲的话，是很重要的地方权限。然后第3个部分的话，就是我们要把目前这个充电站的 infrastructure 可以再进一步的加速，因为我知道前一阵子的话，那个有很多的换电点，其实大规模因为标案的关系，其实它被标到一个就是使用率比较少的系统上面，所以这几块都是可能可以有政策介入的机会。
好，谢谢。我想刚刚在这个厨电议题上，我知道中央政府行政院今年3月刚通过一个智慧电网跟厨电的方案，它预计在2025年是装在590 MW， 不过这是电网等级的。那我记得台北市现在台北市有一个很创新的方案， 他之前希望用台北市政府做这个建筑物还有附近周围，之前我就借刘局长虚量反映的这个报告方案。换句话说，我觉得台北市其实有非常多的创新 idea， 现在正在进行中。也就是说，这建筑不再是过去我们谈的绿建筑那样的之前的概念，现在是节能，还要接下来创能，还要储能啊，整个这个它变成整个这个能源系统的一部分。台北市现在正在试验一些刚刚提的吧，过去好像运输、住宅这好像是不同的 sector。不同的部门，现在看起来它会变成结合的一个非常有趣的，我们看到一些有趣的创新啊。局长，我们调到局长出来讲话，非常棒，谢谢局长啊。
好，谢谢啊，因为今天在这边办这个气候行动力的国际研讨会，那首先我还是要我应该是要来稍微致一下谢词了啊。所以还是麻烦林老师，你们在台上稍微做一下，我简单的 echo 一下。那么首先是要谢谢，就是今天各位的参与啊，不管是早上的国际的友人国际城市乃至于包括像中央像这个行政环保署蔡处长今天在这边也待一天，那么还有就是包括像慧萍嘉伟那我其实我在参与这个会议的时候，我坐在前面，可是我心里面其实是蛮激动的，蛮激动的是说，因为我们看到了就是有这么多的国际的城市，我们事实上台北市是跟国际城市在整个永续发展或是气候行动上，我们是同步的那另外的话，另外一个激动是，我也看到了像嘉伟啦、像慧萍这么优秀的。这个年轻的一辈那这代表说，其实我跟子伦我们可以准备可以退休了，那这一个是真的。那在这样的一个情况下，我是也要特别谢谢今天我们的替我们服务的展基会展基会同仁是不是举一下手？对吧谢谢你们那另外今天我看还有一些也是我们环保局的同仁在这地方那么局长要跟各位讲的是说，平常你们大家跟我工作非常的辛苦，那其实我心里面是很急，我心里面真的很急，我急的是说希望说在这个我们公务的环境里层层的束缚之下，能够让各位有一个很好的能力建构的环境，因为这一个城市未来的领导要靠各位，但是我也必须讲，我们的整体的公务环境没有办法给各位太多的成长的空间，所以你们可以发现到，至少这2年跟往年不太一样。这2年只要说其他，比如说环保署办什么训练活动，要去澎湖去哪里，我局长绝对给你们2天的公假就去，鼓励你们去。鼓励你们去的原因是因为说，希望你们跟这个台湾其他的公务单位，大家要多的互动，也就是我们常讲的这个对话。你要出去跟人家接触，要去对话那么这样子台北市才能够真的走出一个所谓的天龙国这个是要跟各位讲。那另外的话是回到今天的这一个主题上我先回应一下这个嘉伟，台北市我们对于7期的燃油机车我们没有加码我们算是这一个台湾比较少数城市，因为我当时讲在定那一个今年的补助办法，我就讲说署里面要加码，是署里面可能有政策的考量，但是地方对我台北市来说的话，我是鼓励我们的1到4期的老旧的机车去换电动车，因为这个对我城市的空污。我再跟各位报告一下，台北市我们事实上这个几年一直在走的是这一个所谓的科技治理的一条路线，所以台北市我们每一天进城的机车，我们都用车牌扫描，我们有一个很清楚的大数据。这个大数据事实上的背后的建设就是现在高速公路的 ETC 同一套的这样的一个技术系统。那做什么呢？我们就清楚说， 每一天进城的车辆，它的车籍是从什么地方来的？所以我们也发现台北市这一个每天进城的车辆，大概60%-70%都是外县市的，非台北市。那所以我们借由这样的掌握，我们就开始知道说，这一个我们要解决台北市的空污，我们必须对这些车辆要有一些的作为，而这些的作为，其实必须要去考虑到社会的反应，因为社会上一直讲说，我们是不是好像鼓励，好像对开车的比较友善，对骑摩托车的比较不友善，所以这个也是我们在做政治上要去考虑的哈。那另外是储能装置啊，事实上我个人是一个比较躁动的局长啊，我一直就是对公务员的框，我是一直在公务机关框，我是这一个我有我自己的观察跟看法哈。那么像储能装置，我就去找 Tesla， 我去内湖看 Tesla， 那觉得说我局长是不是要去买一台 Tesla？ 对不起，买不起啊。那么我去找 Tesla 是什么 ？Tesla 它就是一个在全世界很有名的卖储能设备的公司，它在美国跟很多的地方政府它都有着 contract。好，那在台湾他们也开始在做，在竹科那附近有一家公司，它先有一个。那它现在第一步做的其实非常简单，就是它的储能装置呢，就是在晚上离峰的时候把电池充饱，那么在尖峰的时候它就拿出来用，那它也不用去用到这个台电的电了。意思就是说，它可以去协助平抑我们尖峰的用电的需求。这意味着说，其实台湾要不要再盖更多的电厂？其实我认为，在现在的一个新的这种能源科技的思潮之下，我是认为说，我们过去可能发了很多电，都只是为了那一点尖峰的利用。这个思考是要重新去思考。我也跟各位讲一个我过去曾经在翡翠水库管理局当过局长，那我也了解比较早年的时候，我现在讲非常早年的时候，那个时候政府要盖核四，政府盖核四呢，核四夜间发的电利用，因为北部就会电会过剩，所以当时就有曾经考虑说，是不是做一个在翡翠这边就发展了一个抽蓄的电厂，所以这也就是说，只是告诉各位说，储能事实上这个是一个我们电力调节上非常重要的。那台北市里面，这个我们能源局的同仁如果在的话，不是能源产发局同仁如果在，可能未来对这个部分，鼓掌赞，我就想把它挖来环保局啊，它非常优。那就是我是觉得说储能设备在台北市未来的发展，我觉得这也是一个我们非常值得去努力的。那么最后一个，最近 Greenpeace 可能要来谈一下，各县市要不要来签一下，就是所谓的气候紧急状态。我最近在想，这一个我认为有非常多的事情，它是要有一个所谓的公民的共识跟国民的意识，这个非常的重要。好，那所以在这样的一个情况之下，这一个我认为这也不是总统院长或是少数政治人物去讲，我觉得在这个部分我们还需要有更多的这一个公民的这一个参与啊。你看我每次读到说这一个英国有些公民，他们去阻碍交通，他们去躺在这个国会前面去抗议，他们到现在即便是 COVID-19， 他们还是一样在做这件事情。好，那所以我一直是认为说，我们台湾在这个部分必须要去这一个怎么样，大家一起来把这个部分的公民意识建立，这个是非常的重要。那我也要回应一下，就是惠平的这一边刚刚讲到说公部门， 我们产业同仁也在这一边了，我们一起来努力一下，是不是找一个场域啊？找个场域，就把它公开出来，然后让所谓的公民电厂的概念可以导入到我们台北市来啊。因为我必须讲，因为就公务员比较麻烦的是，我们的旁边有人事跟会计，这主计，后面还有审计。啊，那当然背后还有我们尊敬的议会，所以我们公务员如果有比较一些的创新的做法，比如说我们把公家屋顶都拿去全民去认股，这个时候可能就会有人算说，你们这样子得到的利益会比较高吗？好，那这个等，因为公开场合好像有直播，我不能讲太多啊，所以在这样的一个情况下，我只能讲就是说。这一个我还是鼓励各位同仁哈，就是不要因为你在公务机关就扼杀了你的创意。那像我是常常有很多创意哈，那当然也受到了很多的节制，但是你们要学局长，不要气馁啊，还是要想啊。像我再举个例子，我们最近我们跟环保署合作一个我认为非常好的计划啊，我常常讲说。这一个用新的科技来解决问题，我们对于过去我们在夜间啊，由于像我住在复兴北路，我们就到半夜的时候很难去就听到这一些车辆呼啸而过，我们几乎是无能为力，因为就是你说你要超速，你要怎么追它很难，但是我们就现在结合了科技。我们在今年底之前跟环保署法令正式确定之后，我们就可以跟超速照相一样，你只要你是呼啸而过，你超过一定的分配数，直接就可以开罚。啊，这个就是一个新的这个做法。那所以公务单位有没有进步？有，但是就是你要有想象力，你要愿意去尝试。这个大概是我跟各位。那今天也再一次谢谢各位嘉宾的参与，那也特别谢谢林老师啊。林老师现在在这个行政院，所以事实上呢，这一个相当多的减碳的业务，我们就透过它作为这个桥梁哈。那么我想接下来不管是这个减碳温室气体的减量，包括刚讲的碳定价等等，这一些都是跟我们台湾未来10年、20年、30年的发展息息相关的，所以我希望我鼓励更多的这个对话的机会。那也再次谢谢各位的光临，谢谢。
非常谢谢局长。我觉得台北市在环保局在局长的带领内，其实有非常多有创意在很多的政策创新上跟实践上这非常有目共睹。那我不知道还有多少时间，是我可以再开放。谢谢局长刚刚那个补充跟刚刚这个对话，其实非常棒，是不是在？你好，你可以再回应一下。
好，我想先回应一下刚刚局长提到的，这也是我要特别肯定台北市政府产发局的协助。的确，我们在不断的努力下，我们在私部门的屋顶其实做了很多的成果。但我们今年就是透过主妇联盟环境保护基金会，那还有台北市政府产发局的协助，那我们真的在台北市真的即将要实现第一座公有屋顶做公民电厂的一个示范。当然，这就是我讲从0到1，一定要公私协力才有办法完成。特别是公有屋顶要做公民电厂这件事情，非常的不容易。那当然，我觉得很谢谢公部门愿意去支持这样的理念。那我们真的能够从0到1打造第一个。但我们期待的是，这个公有屋顶招标做公民电厂，我们打开了一个起点。但我们民间的期待是，我们希望从1到100。这样的目标是更需要透过市府这边的协助，我们把未来真的有潜力做公民电厂的公家部门的场域，可以去优先或是提供给民间来做使用。那我觉得这是我看到台北市政府在这一段真的陪伴我们民间团体一起做出来的努力，所以这个地方我想是特别肯定市府有这样的一个支持。那我想这是第一步，那我希望我们可以一起打开更多的公有屋顶做公民电厂的可能性。谢谢。
好，我讲时间的关系，我是不是就最后邀请2位讲者？我们最后1分钟，是几分钟？看吗 3分钟，好，那是不是给各位大家每位1分半钟，是不是说对台北市今天气候行动一些期许，或是未来一些建议方向，那可以来，我想在最后做一个比较好的 ending。刚刚其实我知道大家听到很多很好的建议，那在最后这样画龙点睛，看看最后我们还可以做哪些努力，是不是嘉伟先？因为刚刚那我们再请慧萍。
好，那在这边的话，我想先从那个目标开始谈起好了，就是我们在上午的时候有听到东京都他们定那个2050碳中和这个目标，大家会觉得哦，东京为什么敢去提到这一块？但仔细去看他们的整个阶段性目标的时候，他们2030年只要减30%而已。然后他们后面20年，他们说他们要有一个突破性的进步，但他们并没有去说哎，一直是困于说那到底可不可行这件事情，就犹豫就不去喊那个事情，而是他们觉得哎，喊了那个承诺之后，把这个方向定下来的话，才有可能去拉伸，让大家往一个方向前去。那台北市这边的话，我们已经有一个2030年的话，也是要减25%，已经是比全国是相对进步的目标嘛。其实跟那个东京的减30%，其实也没有差异太多。所以在这边的话，我们可以再进一步去思考说，那接下来因为中央提出来这个减碳计划之后，地方接下来又在明年度可能就要再提出新版本的一个的减碳的目标跟想法。那这一块的时候，可以想象这个目标它背后应该是要有一些策略性的引导作用，可以想办法提出一个积极的目标，让所有就等于说全世界有关于在能源转型上面厉害的头脑，我们一起集聚来台北市解决这个问题。因为我们台湾已经变成是在离岸风力的发展来讲，已经在全世界的那个整个绿能供应链里面是很重要一环嘛。但是问题，那些硬体制造商可能都在中南部，但是他们很多总公司啊，很多做系统整合的业务，全部都在台北市这边去设置。那我们怎么样把这些厉害的头脑、厉害的商业模式一样？就像是我们在离岸风力那边的话，是有8个外商在台湾华山论剑。那我们在节能这一块的话，能不能有同样的一个群力，然后一起去做一个把我们这个力量再进一步的推动，我觉得是很重要的。然后最后一块还是要跟大家提醒一件事情，就是我们都会觉得说，台湾民众好像对于气候变迁不关心，但是我们所有的民调里面都调出来，就是台湾民众对气候变迁关心的不得了。就像是我们在5月份的发表民调里面，我们讲到台湾民众最关心的3个议题，第一个经济发展，然后第二个的话就是因为在疫情嘛，做公共卫生，第3个就是能源转型跟减碳。然后特别是如果我们在进一步问说，你觉得能源转型跟减碳跟经济有没有关系？他们觉得现在大部分民众认为说，能源转型跟经济是有正相关性的，是有助于经济发展的，不再只是在讲说我们为了减碳就要牺牲经济，这个是所谓的传统的论述，传统的经济发展论述。那我们要怎么样让这个力量能够出来呢？就是我们要有一些比较直接的行动，不论是我刚才讲说9月27号的那个活动，大家可以一起响应，一起把这个事造出来，这样的话才有可能可以去把我们对于这个议题上面的认识，然后是进一步的影响，应该说凝聚多一点的那个政策支持力道，这样的话，后续我们想要加大整个减碳的政策的措施的话，比较有可能达得成。好，这是我的2点想法。
请慧萍。
好，最后我想回到我一开始讲的这句话，就是很多时候我们会觉得能源距离我们很遥远，但事实上它却是我们日常生活，尤其是当代社会息息相关的一个必需品。所以回到我们在讲，其实每一个人都是用电的一个使用者跟消费者，我们都应该要对我们所使用的能源做出我们的选择跟责任。那过去我们可能会觉得我们好像没有办法去做这样的选择，但事实上随着政府在推动再生能源，或是地方政府的一些支持跟鼓励，然后还有民间我们透过更多元的商业模式，其实都要告诉我们在座的每一个人，或是在听这场演讲的每一个人，其实不要忘记你是可以做出选择的。那也许过去你会觉得没有办法，但是我想今天阳光伏特家就是要告诉每一个人，你要捐50块，捐100块，你要买一片太阳能板，你要把你家屋顶提供出来，其实你都可以找到你可以行动的方式。所以我觉得回到城市是我觉得很微妙的一个尺度，它不仅是这个全球，就是我们讲台湾好了，它其实就是所谓的用电大户，就是我们城市使用非常多的能源，那里面有非常多的人口都在做这样的一个电力的消费。但我们回到我们作为一个消费者的责任，我们对这个环境的责任，我们对地球、对未来世代的责任，我们都应该要去 做更好、更多的行动，而不是停留在这边，觉得我没有办法做任何改变。事实上，我想透过仰望佛家的这些参与者来分享一句话，就是我相信透过这样的参与，你会觉得你改变了你自己，你同时也改变了世界。那这也是我觉得公民参与在不管是地方的能源转型，或是国家层级的能源转型，我一直很不断的呼吁一句话，就是在这样的一个道路上，没有人是局外人。就是当地球或是当这个城市因为全球暖化的原因，它面对了什么样的灾难，其实我们没有一个人可以置身其外，所以我们每一个人都应该要来从自己开始改变。谢谢。
我想非常谢谢两位的讲者，非常精彩的演讲，我们热烈的掌声，再一次谢谢两位。城市是城市应该是全球能源转型的非常核心的单元它其实是排碳最多，也是耗能最多。那我相信它接下来应该是这个在解决气候环境问题的最重要的一个行动者。那今天其实我觉得谢谢台北市办理特别是环保局办理这样一个气候行动，我觉得让台北市开始带领大家在这个城市这个角度进行重要的气候行动，然后也呼应刚刚提的两位的讲者提到，每个公民也要在这里有做出选择。其实这个行动并不那么困难，可能那1秒钟很辛苦，可是当你跨出选择，开始行动的时候，那这世界的改变就开始了。那我想今天也非常谢谢大家在座的参与两位还有早上的这个很多的讲者今天其实非常精彩的一场这个气候行动的国际论坛。那我们最后给大家一个掌声，也给这个主办单位一个掌声，谢谢。好，我们就到这。
谢谢，再次谢谢林博士再次谢谢呢林教授、陈博士以及赵博士，谢谢。我们一同合影好吗？麻烦来在我们中间，一同让我们摄影机。好，请大家再次给我们台上长官贵宾一个热情掌声好吗？谢谢，谢谢局长，谢谢教授，谢谢两位博士，谢谢各位现场所有的贵宾。我们今天的论坛到这边圆满告一个段落，再次谢谢莅临现场的贵宾，还有观看直播的朋友，也要在这边祝大家身体健康，万事如意。我们下次再见。Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the forum. Thank you again to all the on-site honored guests and online audiences for the participation. I wish you all good health and well-being. Thank you and goodbye.